All of us, all of humanity, are going through a series of crises. Economical, social, moral, environmental. We humans are constantly dying in wars over resources and territory. 4 billion people have died in wars in the last 5,600 years. Inflation, poverty, hunger, slavery. This is the consumer society we have built and in which we exist. Nowadays, all this is exacerbated by the climate crisis, which is gaining momentum every day. Natural disasters destroy cities. There are no borders for them. We are powerless against them. The solutions, which are offered by the consumer society, lead to even more deaths every day. These solutions do not affect climate disasters or save our lives. There is no guarantee that tomorrow will be another day. Is there a real way out of this terrible deadlock? We are people and we want to live. To live in a safe and happy world where human life is the highest value, where everything is aimed at ensuring human benefits and freedom. How can we build such a society? How can we change what was built for centuries? The Creative Society International Project has inspired millions of people around the world to unite for the sake of our future. What benefits will everyone get in the Creative Society? Why is the Creative Society the only chance for humanity? If you change conditions, everything changes. On May 13, Kaleidoscope of Facts, the benefits of the Creative Society. It's time to bring the truth back to people, initiated by the participants of ALLATRA IPM from Slovakia, the Czech Republic and Croatia.
Dobrý deň, milí priatelia.
Hello, dear friends. Watching the footage of the trailer, I do not want to believe that this is our world. But it is the bitter truth. Every normal person sees that our society is crumbling. This is not at all the world we dreamed of and want to live in. But there is a way out, and it is the Creative Society. What is such a society? Why is it beneficial to everyone?
Dnes sa v 22. vydaní Kaleidoskopu, ktoré má
Today, in the 22nd episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, which is called The Benefits of the Creative Society, we will try to answer these questions. Our broadcast is organized by members of the ALLATRA International Public Movement from Slovakia, Czech Republic and Croatia. Volunteers from all over the world participated in its preparation.
We broadcast live with simultaneous interpreting into 19 languages on many streaming platforms. After a series of the videos about the Creative Society, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on ALLATRA TV, an international team of volunteers decided to prepare a kaleidoscope of facts on the topic of the Creative Society, which aims to reveal in detail all the aspects that were touched upon in the videos and answer the most frequently asked questions of the viewers. Robert, I have a question for you. What kind of world would you like to live in that would make you feel happy?
Good afternoon, dear friends. That's a great question. I would like to live in a safe world where I would be confident in the future, in a world without wars, violence, fear, where I can live freely and happily with my family, where life and health of everyone is valued, and where people treat each other with respect and understanding. This is why I'm so enthusiastic about the Creative Society project. I have found that I'm not alone in my thoughts. It is the kind of society millions of people around the world want to live in. Today, we will make sure that the Creative Society is the only option for all of us to survive. We will talk about the stages of building the Creative Society and what each person can do to make it happen. The idea of the Creative Society, they attract thousands of people every day. Volunteers of the project in many countries already actively inform about the possibility of building the Creative Society. They conduct meetings, roundtables, international conferences, which are held and attended by leading experts, scientists, politicians, and opinion leaders from all over the world. And on May 7th, the international online forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, took place. And one of the next speakers, Alexei, will tell us about it.
Thank you, Robert. Dear friends, indeed, on May 7th, 2022, a pivotal moment in the history of humanity occurred. An event of utmost importance, the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live. 11 hours of live broadcast, simultaneously interpreted into more than 100 languages, initiated and organized by ordinary people. Thousands of volunteers from around the world tirelessly worked for months, researching, analyzing scientific data and facts, sending out invitations and conducting interviews with scientists, experts, and eyewitnesses, translating hundreds of documents, editing, recording voiceovers, and dubbing videos with one common goal: to make the truth about all the atrocities of the consumerist format of society and the true causes of climate change available to the whole world. It is impossible to overestimate the importance of this cornerstone event. It's not for nothing that Жанна said at the beginning of the forum, this is the moment when the fate of humanity is being decided. But it depends on the choice of each one of us. Thankfully, a growing number of participants of the Creative Society project have already made their choice to do everything in their power to break the vicious cycle of crisis, destruction, and decay, and build the Creative Society where human life is the highest value. Countless hours of tedious work, for some in extreme conditions, putting aside all distractions, not to earn money or improve their living conditions, but to bring the truth back to people and improve the life of every human being on this planet. Of course, this deserves respect, but what's even more important is that this should serve as an example to others. An example to stop waiting, stop shifting the responsibility to someone else, as we now know, for sure, no one will build a better world for us. So many crucial issues raised during the forum and several others researched during the preparation. Everyone can understand that the only solution is to completely change the format of our society. But how do we get every person on Earth interested in Creative Society? And as Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, we have to explain what benefits each person will have. And this is the topic of today's Kaleidoscope of Facts. Just thinking about all the possibilities we can have is so inspiring. But before we move to the benefits, let's watch a short video about the forum.
We, humans, have faced the greatest ordeals and crises in history. This is happening now. Humanity's last war is already underway. Are you ready for this? Multiple conflicts, wars, climate disasters, refugees, slavery, famine, environmental, economic crises, and human trafficking. This is our reality. Do you know that none of these existing problems are actually being solved? Why? While there are international organizations dedicated to fighting the world's problems, having huge funding, all crises are only escalating. Can you protect yourself and your loved ones in such a world? In today's consumerist format, it is unprofitable and impossible to solve any of the crises. Money is made on every world problem. They make money on people's lives. These are our lives, the lives of our loved ones. Meanwhile, all of humankind is threatened with total destruction by our common enemy, climate. The most terrible war is only gaining momentum. The outcome of this war depends on you. There is a way out, and you must know about it. On May 7th, 2022, at the initiative of people, volunteers from 180 countries, there will be an international forum, Global Crisis. We are people. We want to live, with simultaneous interpreting into 100 languages.
Ďakujeme, Alexej.
Thank you, Alexei. We all need to know the truth, and it has been voiced in the forum, we are people, we want to live. The truth is that the only enemy people have is climate disasters. Our attention is diverted while the climate comes into our homes, destroys them, and takes whatever it wants. It takes us, our loved ones, the lives of millions of people around the world, and we have nothing to oppose it. We cannot even save people from the consequences of climate disasters. The worst thing is that all these misfortunes take place in our consumer society, where human life is not valued, where, despite the fact that for 70 years there have been many organizations that should solve problems and crises arising in the society, none of the crises that are killing us has been solved. And these crises are only growing. So is the climate, which is only gaining momentum, and we are no longer coping with it. Climatic disasters are killing us, and we are killing each other. Instead of uniting scientific and the universal potential and finding a way out, the forum showed the absurdity of the consumer society, and we must understand that no one but us can change this format. Now, it is important that everyone hears this truth and has the right to choose. We invite you to watch the International Forum and share this information with all the people. We are truly striving for life in the literal sense of the word. After all, we are people and we want to live.
Yes, Katerina, it is very important to understand what people want. We're all different. We have different social status, religion, place of residence, interests and habits. But we're all people, and we all share a common home, planet Earth. So what purpose can unite all of us? Camila will tell us about it.
Не слышу. Господи, я на экране.
Just technical issues, please stand by.
Буквально за такой.
Máme.
Ассаламу алейкум.
Greetings.
Juda ko'p odamlar mavjud vaziyatdan
Today, a great many people are dissatisfied with the world situation, living conditions, social security, the environment, politics, and many other issues. People have stopped believing in anyone or anything, and the only way to express discontent that we can see around the world are rallies, protests, and revolutions. But history shows that they do not give people the results they need. Power changes, but the situation of people remains the same or even worsens. Many socially active people understand that if we want to live decently in a society where humanity, kindness, mutual help, and moral values prevail, then we need to change the format of society. And change must take place not by revolutionary means, but by evolutionary means. And this is possible only with the participation of all people in the planet. And for this, we need a common goal and a common idea capable of uniting all people. After all, what is life? Life is a purposeful movement. If there is no goal, there is no life. And what goal is capable of uniting all of us who look totally different but are one in essence? To answer this question, we first need to decide what we all want, and then, together, we need to develop a common strategy on how to achieve it. Everyone must realize that if he or she wants to live in a happy and secure world, then it requires effort and action to the best of one's abilities.
strategiyasini ishlab chiqish.
No one will build the society we want to live in for us. This is why the opinion and active participation of each person is important when building the creative society. Since 2011, socially active people in 180 countries around the world have conducted a survey. People were asked what kind of society they would like to live in. We invite you to watch a video where people talk about how they see the society of their dream.
Ijtimoiy faol odamlar keng ko'lamli so'rovlar o'tkazib kelgan. Odamlardan ular qanday jamiyatda yashashni istashlari haqida so'rashdi. Hozir men ular o'zlari orzu qilgan jamiyat qanday bo'lishi kerakligi haqida gapirishayotgan videoni tomosha qilishga taklif etaman.
The world is divided upon different nationalities, different races, different cultures, but eventually what unites us for me is humanity.
I really like to live in a society where there's full humanity, where people respect one another's humanity, and people can be able to express themselves the way they want, and people can be able to accept one another regardless of what type of person the other person is, regardless of the religion, political background, race, or a society full of love and humanity.
Like, of course, each person, he would like to live in a world like anyone can visit anyone he wants. He can see other civilizations. Of course, we would like to live in a place where there is love, there is humanity.
Everybody wants to love. Everyone want to live a good life in our country, outside my country. We want peace. Everybody wants peace.
Imposing worldwide peace is a must now more than ever.
So that will make the society a better place to live in.
Living in a society that is free, where people are created equal, where people have equal opportunity.
I like living in a safe, free society where I can leave the doors of my car and my house open.
Healthcare and education should be free for everyone, which is the most important thing a man can have.
I believe that healthcare and education should be rights that are given only because you're human, and that they should there should be equal access to both healthcare and education.
People should be able to do what they love to do and not hopping from job to job, but doing what they love to do.
This society could be made better, so to speak, to make people smile more, to be kinder to each other.
I think friendship and being nice to each other can unite everyone, and regardless of sex, gender, or nationality.
If you're helping for small things, that will help society. If you help, like for example, for me, and if I help the third person, and third person to fourth person, like, continue like this, so the society will be good for this. So that's it, yeah. The first thing should be humanity. So that's why that's similarity between me and you.
My ideal future would be that I can talk to anybody, anywhere in the world, without being judged.
We all would like to live in a joyful, blissful place. And for this we got to work together. We have to collaborate.
I'd like to live in a society following spiritual principles that are the same for all. And the most basic ones are love, tolerance, understanding, honesty, and that people really reject prejudice and strive for unity.
The great idea can communicate all of the people, connect them, and make them work together. Whatever it's going to be, but there's going to be one idea that's going to go through all the minds and connect us. Yeah,
I agree.
The whole world is one people. This is our common world, where there is no division into you and I. This is a world without war, without conflicts, where all the inhabitants of the planet live in peace and harmony. All people, regardless of age, can receive the same benefits.
By uniting the whole world, we can change the world. The time has come for human to wake up and with all this baggage of experience to take all the best and make the earth a paradise.
Indeed, all people, no matter where they live and what language they speak, talk about the same universal values, the same things that are close to each of us. We have so much in common. We all live on the same planet. We all want to be healthy, drink clean water, live in peace, in prosperity. We all want respect, love, and kindness. And it is much easier to achieve this together than to do it individually. Responses from people of different nations, cultures, and religions were collected, carefully analyzed, and summarized. Thus, the 8 foundations of the creative society were formed, where the first foundation was the value of each human life. All 8 foundations of the creative society are simple and clear, as they are formulated by the people themselves. They speak about life, freedom, and security of a person, about transparency and openness of information for all, about the creative ideology, personal development, justice and equality, and the self-governance of society. All the 8 foundations constitute a solid and unified basis of a new creative format of society. Exactly unified, because if at least one of the foundations is not implemented, it will no longer be a creative society. It is also necessary to note that the 8 foundations of the creative society are not new for humankind. They were spoken about in different words at all the times by prophets and messengers of the one God.
Bunyodkor jamiyatning 8 ta asoslari insoniyat uchun yangilik emas. Barcha payg'ambarlar va Allohning elchilari har doim odamlarga turli so'zlar bilan aynan ular haqida gapirishgan.
The biggest social polling in our entire history of civilization has been conducted during the last 10 years by people around the world. 180 countries, millions of people of different social statuses, denominations, nationalities, talk about the society in which they want to live in. And this is a creative society. Based on the answers of the people from around the world, 8 foundations of creative society were established. A society where all people can live in happiness, peace, and prosperity. This is that very society that our prophets bequeathed to us. All prophets talked about the value of life, freedom, honesty, common human values, equality before God, mutual respect, and unification of people, about love for each other. They talked about the common truth and about the world which we can create. The prophet said, there will be a time when we're able to build a creative society. We are honored to live in the time which the prophets talked about, when everyone is chosen.
Birinchi asosda aytilganidek,
As the first foundation says, the highest value is the life of each human, and therefore, in the greater society, everything is focused on a human, on ensuring his rights and freedoms. In such a society, there is one status, the status of human. We can live in joy and increase that joy in the world. To do this, we need to remove the illusory barriers and build a new world of free people together.
barpo etishimiz kerak. Hozir so'zni Marinaga beraman. Rahmat.
Now, I pass the word to Marina, our next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Yes, you are absolutely right. Everyone wants to live, not just survive. And everyone wants to see their children and grandchildren happy and healthy. No one wants to get in the meat grinder of military conflict, finding themselves on the brink of life and death. No one wants to end up in the category of people with no rights, no livelihood, and no hope for the future, to end up in the category of refugees. No one chooses to become victim of violence or to be enslaved and lose their freedom and often their lives. No one wants to be treated like a commodity. We're all human beings and we all want to live. But in spite of all this, why does the horror in our society not only persist, but grow even worse? Why is life for millions of people today already a living hell? What or who is the cause of all of our suffering right now? If we all want to live happily, why hasn't humanity been able to achieve this dream for over 6,000 years? On May 11, 2019, the conference Society: The Last Chance was held to address these issues. It was a unique event for all humanity that happened for the first time in our history, live and accessible to everyone. It was not held behind closed doors of Oval Offices, but open to the world. People from 180 countries gathered to discuss the most important and pressing issues. Through our interaction, we have discovered that we are not enemies. that we do not have anything to fight for, and that we don't want to hate and kill each other at someone's command. Also, together, people realize the most important thing, that our only enemy is the consumerist format. These particular conditions force us into the animal stall, divide us, and pit us against one another. While searching for an answer to the question, how do we change the existing conditions, the understanding came that the only way out was to change the consumerist format into a creative one. This is how the global demand for a creative society, a society in which every person, I emphasize everyone, can live happily, has appeared. A society where human life will be the main value. This conference became a precedent that broke the spiral of silence because people actively spoke out against the evil that occurs every day in the consumerist format. And was the need for a new vector of development, a creative one. That was the first step in forming the Creative Society project, encouraging millions of people to take action. It was the first but very important step for all of us, for all of humanity. The momentum was so strong that in just 3 years, millions of people from all over the world joined the project. A tremendous amount of work has been done, and it is still going strong. Volunteers of the all-human project Creative Society have already organized and carried out 4 global online conferences, many roundtables, and international discussions on topics of concern to people worldwide. The events bring together scientists and experts from different fields, politicians, opinion leaders, and other people who are concerned about their fate and the fate of humanity as a whole. These particular actions all contribute to the successful implementation of the project. They aim at the most important stage in building the Creative Society, the informational stage, because this stage aims to inform the majority of the world population about the possibility of building the Creative Society. This is how the request of change the consumerist format is implemented when the majority of people express their opinion. In this way, every person on Earth can learn about the threats facing humanity today and, most importantly, about the solution, the transition to a creative format of society. Dear friends, our future depends on our actions. And every minute of inaction is the minute of life lost. Thanks to the selfless and professional action of our interpreters, this life-saving information is available in 100 languages worldwide. And the well-coordinated international team of technical support does everything possible, and sometimes even impossible, to broadcast live on tens of thousands of social and media channels worldwide. Such a result is unreachable to any commercial or governmental organization. However, it is certainly possible for people who are united by the goal of building the Creative Society, since their actions are not aimed at their own benefits and selfishness, but focus at the welfare of all humanity, at creating a society where everyone can live happily. Yes, we are living in difficult times. Yes, we face many obstacles and trials in our life now. But however, this solely confirms the Creative Society is our only chance. And today, the Creative Society is the only model that will work, and the last 6,000 years have shown there is no other alternative. So why don't we unite and take this decisive step towards the Creative Society? It is abundantly clear that the Creative Society is beneficial to everyone, because it will bring humanity to a new stage of evolution. It will open huge prospects in the development of science and medicine that will be available to everyone. This is an opportunity to confront climatic disaster and improve the environment and life in all spheres. This is an opportunity for you, my friend, to discover your inner potential in a safe, stable, and prosperous world. The Creative Society unites people simply because it is based on the value of human life, where every person is important. And right now, I invite you to watch a video about the benefits of the Creative Society.
The Creative Society. A society where human life is the highest value, where people respect each other. A safe world without wars or cataclysms. A society where people are confident about the future. Affordable food and housing for all. Work is for 4 days a week, 4 hours a day. Free education and health care. Economic stability. A world without inflation and crises. Available technology. Solution of environmental problems. Would you like to live in such a society? It's not a utopia. It can be our future. A future that we can build together. On May 13, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the benefits of the Creative Society. Initiated by the participants of Allatra IPM from Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Croatia.
What beautiful perspectives are opening up before us. We want to live already in the Creative Society, don't we? And as Camille and Marina said, millions of people around the world also want to live in such a society. One of the conditions for building a Creative Society is the unification of all people. But what do we see today? We are artificially divided. Differences cause us fear and aversion. But maybe the diversity of people is not an obstacle, but an opportunity to become stronger. Let us listen to Ivana. Ivana, the floor goes to you.
Pozdrav svima. Kako je već rečeno,
Greetings, dear viewers. As it was said at the conference Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, the last 6,000 years of human history have been full of wars and conflicts. It is as if we are not Homo sapiens, but Homo militaris, and we're so used to it that we think we cannot have it any other way. We are all divided today along religious, racial, national, gender, and many other lines. We are divided even within our own families. Today, you can see how us and them groups arise even without regard to factors such as race or religion, but simply because others are not like us. Many generations of people have been shaped by these differences, and they are deeply rooted in us as some kind of divisive and separating boundary. But is it so? I suggest that we look into this question in more detail. Many people today have beliefs that the only way to achieve unity is to be the same. The paradox is that almost all of us enjoy visiting other countries and learning about the culture and history of other peoples. So the first step to making sure we live in peace is to realize that being different It is really cool. Diversity is really not meant to divide people, but to complement and enrich. In her essay, How Diversity Makes Us Smarter, Dr. Catherine Phillips, professor of leadership and ethical management at Columbia Business School, mentions several studies on the subject. She emphasizes that if we want to change, grow, and be creative, we just need diversity. Dr. Catherine points out that interacting with people who are different from us makes us more creative, hardworking, and provides unique information and experiences that are much needed to meet the challenges at hand. Teamwork and information sharing are essential to success, whether in business, in large innovative organizations, in education, in sports, or in any other team activity.
Zanimljiva je činjenica da su
Also interesting is the fact that in one study, racially diverse groups significantly outperformed non-racially diverse groups in terms of task performance. Also interesting are the results of experiments with people's DNA, which prove on a scientific level that there is no such thing as a pure race. With a simple DNA test, it is easy to prove that we all have a mixture of different genes from our ancient ancestors. We are all children of the same humanity. The results of these studies clearly show that all people have almost identical DNA and very few genetic differences. Two people from different tribes in South Africa may have more genetic differences than a Sri Lankan, a native New Zealander, and a German. We can divide people into white, black, or brown, but these external factors are not an accurate indicator of our genetic differences or similarities. As the scientist Dr. Rutherford said, racial purity is pure fantasy. For humans, there are no pure bloods. Only mongrels enriched by the blood of multitudes. All the peoples of the world have tales and legends that say that the strength of people is in unity and cohesion. Every quote and proverb tells us that when people unite, they become invincible, happy, and live in prosperity. And they also easily find solutions to all the problems. Dear friends, we all know in theory that separation is an artificial way to control and manipulate us. It is time we began to apply what we know in theory. The only thing that really defines everything is the extent of our humanness. We are indeed different in many ways, but together we are human, we are humanity, and what unites us is the will to live. Now, we offer you to watch an interview with American astronaut Anna Lee Fisher.
When you first get into space, we have an amazing, beautiful planet. And then, okay, go ahead. Yeah. And then you look into the blackness of space and you realize that at least in the next many, many years, there's no other place to go to. And you realize that we really need to treasure and take very good care of this amazing place that we...
What do you think unites all the people on the planet?
That's one of the things that every astronaut, cosmonaut, or taikonaut will say, is that, you know, from space, you don't see borders. And of course, we're all proud from the countries that we grew up and were raised, the United States, Russia, whatever. But I think you start to think of yourself more as a person from the planet as opposed to being from any individual country. And one reason that I'm so supportive of the tourists going into space or commercial space, I'm hopeful that the more people that see that view and feel that way, perhaps we will all learn to get along better and to value the life of every person and not get into so many needless conflicts.
The world is far from being perfect, and if to think what kind of world would you prefer to leave to your grandchildren and grandchildren?
You know, part of me wants to say I wish it could all be one world, But as I travel around the world, I really love the different cultures and the different traditions. So I wouldn't want us to become all the same. But I just wish that we could learn to get along better and respect those differences and appreciate them. And remember that at the root of everything, we are really all the same. We love our families, we love the things we love to do, we just all have different ways of expressing that. It's just sad that we can't get along and that we have these conflicts that have gone on, in some cases, for thousands of years. I find myself wanting to say, why? It just is sad because you get a short life and we should all enjoy it and protect one another.
Thank you, Anna. I really liked how you said that there are no borders visible from the space. It's vitally important for people to live in peace and love with each other and to take care of our home, planet Earth, together. The unity of people will make our world safe and create the most comfortable conditions for life. However, do we feel safe today? Every day, there are more and more issues to deal with. In this situation, we cannot guarantee a future for ourselves or our children. The goal of the consumer society is to make a human being submissive, that he or she would be like an animal in a stall at all times. One of the ways of control is the fear. Psychologists have noticed that when a person is humiliated and feels insecure about him or herself because of some external factors, a person loses his or her sense of security. In such a state, a person becomes easily manipulated. Today, such manipulation techniques are used almost everywhere. In mass media, in newspapers, in books, in movies. In other words, most people do not feel safe. Meanwhile, security is an essential part of normal human life. People spend enormous amount of money, time, and life energy to protect themselves. Yet, with the consumer format, it's unrealistic to provide full security for everyone.
What do we witness worldwide? Continuous wars, robberies, murders, disasters, crimes, riots, in addition, pandemic and crisis. Constant economic instability contributes to a low standard of living and fosters riots among the masses. They are only a small part of the vast number of precedents that threaten the lives of billions of people. Today, the strength and power of developed countries is determined by the availability of the latest weapons, advance in military industry, and the possession of weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear weapons. All of this aimed by some people at the destruction of others. How can an instrument that contributes to the destruction of billions of people be a guarantee for human security? Ordinary citizens are not considered as human beings, but just a necessary resource on the level of with materials and economic resources in the achievement of a certain goal of the units of strengthen the power even more. Another important issue is traffic accidents. In our society, there is a set of laws at the legislative level and the rules of the road define the responsibility of their violation. At the same time, the death rates in traffic accidents worldwide average 1.25 million per year, and 30 to 50 million people are injured annually. However, we break the rules and do not realize the full responsibility for creating accidents that endangers lives of others. According to the experience of international organizations fighting the crimes, with crimes, no written goal of human justice on paper, no official statements about the highest standard of justice in practice do not work. This is because in a consumer society, everything is aimed at constant consumption, egoism, and self-enrichment by any means. In international declaration, the concept of crime is presented as a threat to the maintenance of law and order, but not as a threat to life and health. The paradigm of the consumerism format promises the ordinary individual only the illusion of hope for comfort and security.
Do we really want to live like this? In the journal Frontiers of Psychology in 2019, a study by Chinese scientists was published. They conducted an analysis of scientists' paper and also surveyed the population of cities. The results indicate that people want to live in a society where human safety is a priority, where science and the technology will work to eliminate any dangers. People want to be sure that there are no climatic, environmental accidents and crises can be disturbed their beautiful future. In the creative society, the main value is human life. And one of the top priorities is human safety. The foundation of the creative society declares no one and nothing has the right to threaten the life and the freedom of human beings. In the creative society, everyone is granted by birth the status of the human being. This status guarantees the free provision of the basic necessities of life, including food, housing, medical care, education, and full social security. In the creative society, economic stability is guaranteed. No inflation, no crises, stable and equal prices all over the world. In the creative society, security is realized in every sphere because the value of human life comes first. Scientists, industrial and technological activities of society are aimed exclusively at improving the quality of human life. For example, in the production of any commodity, the main priority will be the quality at the stages of production, as well as the necessity for society. Priority will be given to developments that help preserve human life and make it safer. Already today, there are numerous developments aimed at saving people's lives. For example, FUMO, a firefighter robot, has been developed in Sweden. It is designed to extinguish fires and can withstand higher temperatures than humans. This allows it to work in conditions and a situation that might force a firefighter to retreat. American developer Howie Shazam has created a robotic snake that perfectly mimics the movements of the real one. It can crawl under the rubber to look for victims of a disaster. Developments from the Netherlands are going to convert drones into flying rescuers, which are capable in timely manner to get to the dangerous, hard-to-reach pieces during the snow avalanche or other large-scale catastrophe. Drones will be very helpful in Alps, where people are constantly dying as a result of unexpected avalanches. The development of robotics make it possible to create unique, automated systems that can not only carry out dangerous work instead of humans, but also save lives.
However, these developments are just a drop in the ocean. Today, we see that the main scientific potential is aimed not at saving, but at taking human lives. We see missiles and supersonic airplanes that can take the lives of many people in a matter of minutes. At the same time, people in areas affected by climatic disasters do not receive help for weeks. It is because they cannot be reached. In the consumer format of society, we have the means and ingenuity to kill each other, but we lack the means and technical support to save lives. And in the creative society, all of the scientific potential will be aimed at making the life better and safer for everyone. The safety of every human being from any threats will be ensured by a single worldwide agency service. This service will have the ability to deliver everything needed and to assist people in affected areas. In a matter of hours, the existence of a single worldwide emergency service in the creative society is vital to guarantee the protection of everyone. It will unite society against the real dangers. It will help save millions and billions of human lives. In the event of a dangerous situation, it will be easy to send the necessary means, specialists, equipment to the right place and promptly eliminates the danger.
The choice between the consumer format and the creative format is humanity's last chance for survival, either death or life. Either we betray ourselves and our children, ending ending human existence, or we implement the creative society. The choice is up to us.
Thank you.
Ksenia, Jonathan, ďakujeme. Naše rozhodnutia formujú súčasnosť a budúcnosť. Preto je dôležité pochopiť, medzi čím a čím sa rozhodnete.
Thank you, Ksenia and Jonathan. Our choices shape our present and the future, so it's important to understand between what and what you're choosing. As it has been said, the consumer format gives us only the illusion of comfort and security because it doesn't guarantee the salvation and preservation of life for you and for your loved ones. After all, human life is not valued in the consumer society. The main things in this format are money and power, and in the creative society, the most important value is human life. And no one and nothing has the right to threaten the life and freedom of every human. As it has been said, human feels safe when his basic needs are covered. In the creative society, every person will be guaranteed with free provision of the basic necessities of life, including food, shelter, medical care, education, and full social security. Pedro from Ecuador will tell us more about this. Pedro, please, the floor is yours.
Sí, muchas gracias, Robert.
Yes, thank you very much, Robert. Indeed, a person can only feel safe if they don't have to worry about housing, food and health, and if they do not have doubts. Let's take a look at what technologies already exist that will help us solve these issues if they're actively developed and implemented. For example, take food. Just imagine scientists have learned how to print meat on a 3D printer. You can see a picture of that meat on the screen right now. It turns out that you don't have to kill an animal to do this. It's enough to take samples of the animal stem cells and artificially print any size piece of meat on that basis. It takes a few hours to make and doesn't need to be processed, cut or trimmed. All that will be needed is just to cook it. And most importantly, the appearance and taste of such meat is no different from the usual one. The downside is the fact that so far the cost of printed food is more expensive than the usual method. Printing a 1.5 centimeter long steak cost $900. But it's predicted that as early as in 2025, artificial meat could compete in the market with conventional food meat. Now let's talk about another technology, vertical farms. They can produce crops all year round, and even in Antarctica. You no longer have to worry about bad weather or bad condition that can harm your crops. A vertical farm can produce 300 times more food than if you use the traditional way of growing the crop. They're very economical in the use of resources. A vertical farm uses 95% less water and 80% less land. Let's watch the video now about it.
Nature has gone into a certain overspeed. It means that the pendulum started swinging, and year by year the situation will get worse and worse. Because there occurs a domino effect, or a house of cards, anywhere, whether in Dubai or the North Pole. But the problem of today's technology is that there is a certain gap, and there are a lot of companies that do this. But none of them do these farms on a mass scale. Each farm is a small individual project. I really hope that my farms will not be useful on Mars, but they still will be useful on Earth, because if such farms are to be built on Mars, this would mean that we have failed our planet and have to fly elsewhere far away. I would not like this. I would like to live on our planet. Therefore, I will make efforts in this direction. If people unite to make our planet a better place for life, the best part is that this problem is solvable, unlike Mars. Because no matter how hard we try, we can't make Mars better than Earth. That is 100% true. But making Earth a better place to live is absolutely real. I believe if we focus on this solution, we will be able to create a global community that includes people from all over the world, because everyone strives for something better. Everyone wants to have enough resources, enough fresh air. Everyone wants their children to be healthy and get a good education, because this is not about a particular country, this is about the whole planet.
Of course, one of the few disadvantages of vertical trusses is high energy consumption. But in the creative society, fuel-free generators will be available, and this problem will be solved. We'll talk about fuel-free generators a bit later. If you think that modern food production technology will solve the problem of hunger on the Earth, you're wrong. Because it's not just about technology, it's about the consumer format of society. According to WHO, 24,000 people in the world die of hunger and the diseases it causes every day. And at the same time, 931 million tons of food are thrown into the garbage every year. If we simply distribute the food that we have now, we can already feed everyone in need today. We have looked at just two technologies related to food production that can give people a sense of security and safety. Now what about housing? And here we also have technology of 3D printing houses. Such a printer works in the same way as a regular 3D printer, only in much larger scale and size. And after all, it has to be larger inside than what it produces. Now on the screen you can see how 3D printer works. In my opinion, this technology only can speed up construction and provide housing for every person on Earth. It would take us 1 or 2 days to print a regular house. You can download a pre-designed house, according to which the 3D printer will build it. It also saves time on buying materials and hiring workers. Just 1 or 2 days and you have a house. This technology can reduce waste by 85% and production costs are reduced by 30 or 40%. Another advantage of this technology is that the 3D printer can use the building materials of the area where the 3D prints the house. The printer prints the house. For example, concrete makes sand, stone, and even volcanic ash. The houses can be seismically stable. The only drawback is that so far the maximum you can print is a 5-story house. And how about this interesting fact? Right now, on your screens, you can see a house that was 3D printed in the United Arab Emirates. This building has an area of 350 square meters and a height of 9.5 meters. This building has entered in the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest building printed directly on a construction site. If implemented, this new technology will solve the problem of affordable housing quickly enough. The question arises, what should a safe house be like? Artificially intelligence technologies are actively developing now, and thanks to them, homes are becoming smart. So, what is that? It's an intelligent house management system. It is able to recognize any changes in the house and respond appropriately. It also allows you to control your home remotely using your cell phone. Imagine you went somewhere to work, on vacation, to visit your parents, and at that moment there was a water breakthrough or a gas leak, and the smart house which shut it all off. The smart home system will immediately notify the owners of the problem, which will help avoid significant material damage. Also, smart house is able to save a person from fire or robber invasion into the house by timely turning on the fire or security system. There is, a person can be confident in his or her safety, and that is in his or her absence, nothing will happen to the house. While you are driving home from work, the smart house can take care of your dinner by heating it up. Or you can defrost the driveway of your garage in the winter. And this saves your personal time, which can be spent on something more enjoyable and useful. The prospect of this technology in the near future can turn into the creation of smart cities. All the technology we have just described could be available to everyone by birthright. He or she will be provided with free housing and food, and it gives the guarantee of human security that the previous speaker told us about. But they will only be available to everyone in a creative society. By changing the conditions and format of society, we will change everyone's life, and therefore the entire world. And we have already have this technology to do that. Thank you so much.
Ďakujeme, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. On the one hand, that's great. But we understand that in a consumer society, smart homes or smart cities can be used to control and manipulate people. And this is an infringement on human freedom. Therefore, in the creative society, thanks to the second pillar, human freedom, and the third pillar, human security, the use of any technology not for the good of society and man is not allowed. Dear viewers, you can read more about all 8 pillars of the creative society at creativesociety.com website. And now we are going to talk about the problems of medicine in a consumer society and the benefits and prospects of medicine in the creative society. I suggest that now we will watch a segment of the Creative Society program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Let's take the medical field, the source subject. A lot of people say, well, now doctors in some countries make money, and how will it be then? And then they should earn not less than they do now, or even more. But they should be paid for the fact that people are healthy, and not because they perform, for example, unnecessary surgeries on them. Today, hundreds of thousands of major surgical operations are performed all over the world, absolutely without any indications for those surgeries, and they harm people, not benefit them. And everyone knows that. But why is that? There is insurance, there are expensive surgeries that are performed, Well, I've been working in vertebrology for, say, 30 years. I know this profession very well, and I saw a lot of surgeries that were performed absolutely against indications. I'll say even more, most of the surgical operations on the spine, with presence of hernia, degenerative changes and the like, sometimes with injuries, all that is done absolutely against indications. Why? It's expensive, interesting and profitable.
That's horrible.
This is a deliberate action of a doctor who begins to intimidate the patient, knowing full well that his intervention will only harm the patient instead of benefiting him. And this is also a problem. Is it possible in the creative society? It's impossible. Why? Because a doctor should be paid again for a person's health when he improves it, not worsens it. Right? Yes. Well, let's say like a family doctor or a district doctor who is responsible for a certain region, a certain number of people, a therapist, for example. The more healthy people, the more he earns.
Great.
So what will he implement? Preventative measures. The more correct operations the surgeon has performed without harm, the more he has earned. But not when he drags everyone in to make money on each one. It shouldn't be this way. Everything can be calculated, it's simple.
A doctor is a very responsible and necessary profession for society. When we have some kind of health problems, we go to doctors and believe that they will help us. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Today, medicine has become a business. According to the UN, half of the world's population lacks access to basic health care. And this is happening even though we already have the technology that can ensure the health of all people. But in a consumer society, it is not profitable when people are healthy. Gabika and Yulia will tell us about the problems of medicine in a consumer society and the prospects for medicine in the creative society.
Thank you so much, Katka. Yes, unfortunately, today's medicine is not focused on getting people healthy. According to WHO, today, more than 50% of patients, of people, have no access to basic healthcare. Just think about it. Half of the world's population. And this is despite the fact that technology is already developing to solve many problems right now. Let's take 3D printed organs, for example. More than 20 years ago, there were several successful transplants of the bladder, which was actually artificially grown from patients' own cells. Why are we still not seeing this technology in our hospitals everywhere? After all, it has been a success. Now, on the screen, you can see a picture of one of patients whose surgery was performed by Professor Anthony Atala in 2001. Another successful case is transplantation of auricle cartilages. 4 years ago, an experiment was conducted to transplant auricles to 5 Chinese children. Imagine, the cartilage was printed on a 3D printer and successfully engrafted. You can see what these babies look like on the screen now. Isn't it a sensation? Why doesn't the media talk about it? Why doesn't the whole world know about it? Science has already learned how to print liver tissue, respiratory tract tissue, kidney, skin, stomach, cornea, pancreas, tissue with a blood network, heart valve, bone fragment bioprosthesis, and others. And in 2019, scientists from Tel Aviv University in Israel, for the first time, managed to print out an experimental version of a human heart about 2.5 centimeters in size that can function. Imagine this heart is a miniature replica of a human heart. Isn't that great? Judging by those advances, you can already see that the prospects of this technology is enormous. It could forever solve the issue of the shortage of donor organs. There will be no need to wait in line for years on a waiting list. the printed organ will engraft because the material used to make this organ is the patient's own cells. Such phenomena as the black market for organs will disappear, like the kidney village of Hoxie in Nepal, where almost every resident sold his or her kidney for organs or organ theft. Scientists themselves say that this technology can extend a person's life to 120 to 160 years. You simply replace a diseased organ with a healthy one. This already sounds interesting, don't you agree? Let's look at the very promising technology, eco and nanotechnology. But before we do that, let's look at the picture you see on the screen and familiarize ourselves with those dimensions. As we can see, the nano range starts at 100 nanometers to 2 nanometers. Pico is even smaller. You can even see the objects that are in the ranges, so you have an idea how small they are. Now about the perspective and what science has already achieved in this direction. Such robots, they don't have motors like we are used to. They are usually controlled by an external action. This can be done, for instance, by means of magnetic field, which also makes it possible to locate this nanorobot. Where do scientists plan to use such robots? Scientists say that in the next few years, we will be able to use nanorobots for targeted delivery of drugs to kill cancerous tumors and metastases. That is, everything that is related to the targeted delivery of drugs. It is also proposed to be used to monitor and control blood sugar levels in diabetic patients. That's amazing. Imagine, in the future, this technology will make it possible to deliver a more concentrated drug to a diseased cell without affecting healthy cells. In other words, it turns out that there will be no rehabilitation period for the recovery of the organism, for instance, after chemotherapy. It should be said that there will be actually no chemotherapy at all. This greatly expands the possibilities for treatment and its effectiveness. Of course, experiments with nanorobots have so far been conducted only on animals. But in the near future, we will probably see the first studies on humans. And now I pass the word to Julia.
Thank you, Gabika. Modern medicine and pharmaceutics focus on treatment with chemicals. There are a lot of advantages, but apparently they can't cure people of chronic diseases. You may be surprised to learn that we already have methods of curing chronic diseases. Specialists are developing a new trend in medicine, information medicine. According to it, full information about the structure, development and functioning of a living organism is contained in its electromagnetic information frame, matrix. This matrix is the peculiar model of the physical body. It is interesting that trauma or loss of an organ does not disturb integrity of this matrix, i.e., information about the absent organ doesn't disappear anywhere. But any disturbance in electromagnetic information field immediately appears in physical pathology. This testifies to the primacy of information in the material structure of living beings. Information medicine made it possible to scientifically explain methods of Oriental medicine, such as acupuncture, understand the essence of homeopathic drugs, prove the presence of bioactive points and energy channels, and understand the phenomenon of Kirlian effect. So, chronic diseases are the consequence of disturbances in the electromagnetic informational frame of a person. Scientists have developed methods of its correction. Today, there is already experience of a complete cure of such severe diseases as, for example, cancer. I suggest you to listen to Professor Andrei Malenkov, Doctor of Biological Science, who will talk about the achievements of information medicine in in the detection of treatment of cancer, viral diseases, as well as prolongation of life.
We have done very important work with my colleague and friend Alexey Valerievich Mitin, who works at the Kurchatov Institute. He has his own group there. He is a very good physicist and engineer. We show the equivalence of the two modes of transfer, purely information and physical, through a very simple experiment. There is such a reaction, a raw test. It was developed by Professor Aghienko at the Herzen Institute back in 1995. There are all patents, everything is published, but the only thing is, it's not used currently. It allows determining the presence or absence of an oncological process in the body by the appearance on the cell surface of the EPA10 antigen, embryonic surface antigen 10, which determines the properties of contact stimulation of division. Without this property, invasive tumor growth simply does not exist. In other words, it is compulsory. He developed quite complicated but real technology. We reproduced it, which is the production of antibodies to this antigen. This methodology is very capricious and complicated. But we made information matrices out of these antibodies in two ways, and showed by the reaction of blood sedimentation, this is a raw test, whether a person has cancer. You put two capillaries, one is control capillary, and in the other you add these antibodies to the EPA10, and red blood cells precipitate many times faster. The faster they precipitate, the more intense the tumor process is. It can be 6 or 10 times faster. So now we take two more capillaries, but we don't add anything into them. We place them behind the matrix obtained by the first and second methods, by purely physical and information transfer, and they work exactly the same way, and stronger, significantly many times stronger than if we injected a substance. It's direct and good proof. In general, the question now is, I would say, first of all, to widely test the technologies that have already been developed, which will solve the problems. Firstly, to eliminate the viability of cancer, and that is a very real task. The second is the elimination of viral infections and prolongation of life. That is the abolition of the genetic program for aging and death, repairment, and providing a creative life. But all these can be done only as part of a more general process, the transition to a new spheric path of development, because then it makes sense. And then gigantic prospects open up.
Yes, prolongation of life is a very urgent question, because at present the life expectancy of a modern person is about 75-80 years. It is very little. So science is closely involved to the problem of extending human life. Aging is seen as a type of disease, and if it is a disease, it can be cured. According to the telomerase theory, the aging process starts when telomeres end at the ends of chromosomes. Imagine that a person could have immortal cells. Yes, right. Sex cells, stem cells, and cancer cells are considered to be mortal. This is because they have an active telomerase enzyme that restores telomere size after each division. Telomerase is present in the other cells of the body as well, but in an inactive form. It turns out that the non-aging mechanism is built into our body. All that is left is to learn how to use it correctly. Another area of human life prolongation is the study of extracellular metrics. they have been working on it for more than 100 years. Surprisingly, the extracellular matrix in the human body accounts for about 80%, and the remaining 20% are cells. The intercellular matrix serves as a framework for them. It provides transport of chemical substances and information exchange between them. It stimulates regeneration and governs all aspects of cell life, from feeding to reproduction and death. Aging, i.e. deterioration of extracellular matrix properties, entails aging of a whole body. This is why we are investing a lot of hope in the development of ways to preserve the extracellular matrix. Of course, all the technologies are still in the early stages of development, and it's too early to talk about their widespread use. But there are already some advances that could be used, but why aren't we using them? First of all, it is economically unprofitable. Imagine that because of these technologies, pharmaceutical markets and some branches of medicine will partially collapse, and a lot of people will be out of work. And we all know that in a consumer society, people are not protected. No one will take care of these people. Secondly, in a consumer society, there is a threat of using these technologies against humans. For example, in 3D printed organs, there are fears that there will be pirated copies of organs that will not meet standards, which again will entail risks to people's lives. And nanotechnology can all the more be used as another weapon to enslave people or destroy them in mass. Think about it. Is it possible to see a nanorobot in a glass of water? Who can be sure that the robot will not be programmed to destructive action? In a consumer society, there is no guarantee and no safety for humans. Imagine if there was a breakthrough in science and real-life prolonging technologies appeared. Do you think they would be generally available in our consumer society? Most likely, they will be usurped by a small group of people who will be able to live dozens of times longer than other people. Humanity already had a similar experience in the time of Atlantis. Learn more about this in issue 20 of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Immortality in the Body or Eternal Life. Returning to the technologies of prolongation of life, it is important to emphasize that it makes sense to use them only in the creative society. Then people will be able to live not only long, but also qualitatively. Here's what Jeffrey Long, MD, oncologist, says about it.
It's no good if you live to be 140, 150 years old if you have a poor quality of life. If you're having dementia, if your organs are failing, if you have to be on active life support, that's not really good quality life. So when people want longevity, long life, to live longer than was ever possible for humans before, they also importantly want to have that quality of life. They want to be able to enjoy life. They want to be able to continue to learn, to function, to get around, to do things that we all want to do in our life. In other words, we want to be, if you will, physically healthy while we have that long life. I'm a big believer in the creative society where you really wrestle with these tough questions right off the bat, because if you're going to have a technology like that, you can't result in a certain individual or individuals aggregating power just because they live a lot longer than other people. Consistent with what the creative society believes, to the greatest extent possible, you would want that technology to be available to everyone. Everybody have the opportunity that wants it to live a lot longer, to live a lot healthier. Now, the good news is that certainly offers the hope for, consistent with a creative society, of people living much longer, having much longer to be with their friends, family, loved ones, having a longer period of life to contribute to the creative society with whatever talents and desires that they have to help build up society. So there's a real promise that could help society as a whole, as well as just the individual. And I certainly hope any future technology has that kind of ethical underpinning, that it needs to be used for good, not only for the good of the individual, but for the good of society also.
So, if you like the outlook and you want your family and friends and your children to be healthy and live happily ever after, join us in building a creative society. The sooner we build such a society, the sooner these technologies will become our reality. I give the floor to Katarina, who will tell us what education in the creative society will be like.
Ďakujem, Gabika a Julia. V tvorivej spoločnosti.
Thank you, Gabik and Julia. In the creative society, education will be free and of high quality all over the world. With the introduction of the latest technology based on artificial intelligence, everyone will have access to the most comprehensive knowledge base. Children will have the opportunity to learn from the best teachers in the world. But most importantly, education will be aimed at human development and discovering their creative potential. Even today, the development of internet technology allows us to accelerate the learning process. In the near future, virtual reality technologies will help medical students to perform practical operations without harming the patient. The development of Next Galaxy company will let people with disabilities attend classes and communicate with peers around the world. To do so, they only need to wear a special device in the form of glasses. The developers plan to make a whole virtual world with meeting places and classes for learning. Anyone will be able to master even the most complex disciplines remotely, and getting a world education will become a common thing. But that is not all. When we reach the first level of the development of civilization, our learning process will be reduced significantly. Thanks to artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness technology, everyone will be able to receive the highest quality education in a very short period of time. But first of all, we need to become humans, because in the end, all our actions and all our lives are determined by the degree of humanness. Sokolowski said, "If kind feelings are not implanted in childhood, they will never come to be, because genuine humanness is affirmed in the soul simultaneously with the recognition of the first and most important truth, simultaneously with experience and feeling of the subtlest nuances of the words of one's native language. The person must attend the school of emotion in childhood, the school in which one is educated to feelings of kindness." And this means that the main task of education is to educate a human with a capital letter. It is important that, along with intellectual development, a person from childhood understands who he is, learns to control his thoughts, emotions, and does not allow himself to be manipulated. Intellectual development must go hand in hand with the development of a person's personality. All people should be educated towards humanness, said the Czech humanist-educated Jan Amos Kamensky. After all, it makes no sense to teach a person the sciences without teaching him moral qualities and kindness to others. Dmitry Sergeyevich Likhachev, in his book Letters on the Good and Beautiful, wrote, Wisdom is a combination, mind united with kindness. Intelligence without kindness is cunning. Cunning, however, will sooner or later turn against the cunning man himself. This is why cunning is forced to hide. Wisdom is open and trustworthy. It does not deceive others, and above all, a wise man himself Wisdom brings the wise man a good name and lasting happiness, brings a reliable, long-lasting happiness, and that quiet conscience which is most valuable in old age. The main role here is played by the sphere of education, but quality education without upbringing is impossible. There is no upbringing without ideology. Society is made of people, and that is why the question of ideology has always been relevant. When technologies are developing rapidly, it is people's moral qualities that determine whether they will be used for good or bad. Today, there is no country where the moral and ethical decline of people would not be observed. The moral crisis has reached its peak. According to the research by businessman and entrepreneur Hitoshi Tsuchiyama, the moral crisis is the absence of moral ethics, which is compassion, warmth, gentleness, and so on. In the consumer's format of the relationships, we're in a stream of negative information around the clock, and this affects our life in the worst way. Thank you, Katka. And an interesting fact, Stanford University News cites research showing that when you are exposed to a stream of negativity for 30 minutes or longer, your hippocampal neurons, the part of the brain responsible for problem solving, die off. Yes, negative opinions can without exaggeration rot your brain. Professor Giacomo Rosaletti, an Italian neuroscientist who discovered how the mirror neurons in our brain work, believes that social norms play a key role in this process. After all, thanks to the work of mirror neurons, we unconsciously copy the model of behavior that we see. Mirror neurons are unique brain cells that are activated when we follow the actions of others. These cells, like a mirror, automatically reflect someone else's behavior in our head and allow us to feel what is happening as if we were doing these actions ourselves. There was an experiment conducted in France. The idea is that one group of volunteers was asked to portray different emotions, joy, sadness. They were given to smell something unpleasant, and disgust was reflected on their faces. The people were photographed, and then they showed these images to another group of subjects and recorded their reactions. And what do you think? When they saw the corresponding emotions in the pictures, the same neurons were activated in the brains of the volunteers as if they themselves, for example, smelled something unpleasant, heard happy news, or were sad about something. And this experiment is one of the confirmations that besides mirror action neurons, they're called motor neurons, and there are also emotional mirror neurons. They help us subconsciously without any thought analysis, but seeing only facial expressions and gestures to understand the emotions of another person. This happens because thanks to the reflection in the brain, we ourselves begin to experience the same feelings. And now let us look at what people are shown on TV: murder, violence, robbery, scandals, victims. It is as if there is nothing good in the world at all. What normal psyche can withstand this? And why do they show it all? In fact, in the consumerist format, it is very profitable, right? After all, people become afraid, and therefore it is possible to impose the image of any enemy on people. Then the power of such a zombified person becomes unlimited. Let us watch an excerpt from a video with the participation of Reggie Mikhailovich Danilov, The Creative Society.
But how does today's mass media work? It's total manipulation.
It is.
What's being imposed? Separation, disunion, violence. These are all those images that are being imposed on us, aren't they? These are the dominant images in our heads that create our mood, that unwittingly evoke emotions in us, whether we want it or not. We're shown a movie about a killer maniac and we start to sympathize with this image. Is that normal, my friends? That's how our consciousness works.
Certainly, a part of the propaganda of the entire film industry.
What about the inhuman relationships? That very film industry, as you say, that very news and everything else, complete negativity, sheer emotion, division is everywhere, disunion, and the propaganda of violence, not a propaganda of what is humane, but of a beast. Is that normal? Is it possible to remain a normal person in such an ideological environment?
Absolutely. You know, values are shattered and people don't even understand
Are substituted.
what's good, what's bad.
Of course.
Gradually, it's already to such an extent.
Of course. But can it be all adjusted? Easily. After all, it depends on us. Isn't it so? It is.
And the media in the creative society.
Again, in the creative society, the mass media should belong to society.
To people.
To people. It shouldn't be private. Yes, there could be some kind of portals, something else. People should have the freedom to create something. Why? Because again, there will be a difference. Someone talks about one thing, someone about another, but it has to be directed at creation and unification. If, God forbid, someone starts talking about separation, then in whose interest will he do it? In the interest of people? In the interest of a human? Of course not. Once again, there is an insertion as in a consumerist system. Someone's profit is behind all this, which means it is directed against the freedoms and benefits of a human. Again, it means that a person deprives himself of this status, that is, he must be stopped immediately. And a person being deprived of the status of a human must be held responsible for his action because he lied intentionally, he intentionally separated, he intentionally committed a crime against the whole humankind.
How can humanity get out of the deadlock it has been trapped in? We need to realize the value of our lives and learn to be humans with a capital letter. Human beings are inherently highly social beings. This means that we depend on each other and we need each other. It is much more natural for us to be friends and live as one big family than to be at war. For only when we are all united by one goal and act for each other's good can we unleash our full creative potential and reach the highest level of our development as a civilization. And in order to turn toward creation, we need a creative ideology, because it is the degree of humanism that determines the ability to live happily and survive in critical situations. Today, we see in practice how, in times of disasters, it is people who help each other, it is people who share food, water, clothing, and shelter, people who have open hearts, who have compassion, understanding, and kindness, who act out of love for their neighbor, putting aside their own personal gain and selfishness. It is thanks to such people, their actions and qualities, that we are able not just to survive, but to make this world truly beautiful. That is why it is so important to educate yourself as a real human. It is so important to have positive examples and creative ideology. We need examples of positive ways of thinking, the best human actions of both individuals and groups of people. There must be no propaganda of negativity in society, war, violence, murder, discard, hatred, selfishness, and so on. And all these must come from the people themselves. Let us watch a video where people themselves talk about what kind of ideology in society should be.
First, the media must be free. Certainly, but free again in the sense that none of us wants to see, for example, the propaganda of violence, inequality, racism and chauvinism, or religious inequality on our television screens, computers and our phones. Of course, there must be some kind of internal censorship, first of all among the journalists themselves. The media should not be dependent, should not be financed by any forces whatsoever. And above all, Journalism must be professional. Now we see just a competition. Someone heard the news who will publish it faster. And in this regard, of course, in a creative society, it seems to me that the media should be free, first of all, and very, very responsible. The journalist must bear the truth and not serve as an instrument of the consumer society. First of all, it must also have an educational mission.
It is necessary to run more educational programs on television about space, physics, chemistry, and so on. Because there are some things that are basic. Roughly speaking, we should know them from school, but we do not know them from school for some reason, or we forget. More shows, workshops, and live communication aimed at development, at gaining knowledge, so that a person comes out of it more fulfilled.
Education in regards to my talk show is to educate people in regards to things that they need to be aware of, and then they make their own decisions. But it's almost as if the education has to happen from our youth and also for the elderly, right? So that means that whatever that we're trying to get across in regards to a creative society, we have to let people know that the positive image or the positive ways that we have to go about educating people and for them to be able to make their own decisions is the right way to go. Now, of course, this world is all about, let me make my decision, it's my choice, and then move from there. But the media is the way to actually get that out there. I want to be able to bring out to the audience and out to the world. But then, of course, it's all about what the world wants to be able to take from that. So, during the pandemic, I learned a lot. Well, I learned a lot from people, but I also learned a lot in regards to how to be able to be positive during the pandemic. And one of the things is it's all about human nature. It's all about the love that we have as a show to show our viewers that we can still love each other during this pandemic, to be able to basically build the talent to support each other and also be able to have a great society. I think the media is always going to have a say-so in regards to anything that's actually happening in the world. But one of the things is that humane, being a positive person, or if you're doing something great that's for the world in general.
So I really do believe that, yes, it's important to point out where we have gone wrong, but most important to say that there is a solution and show people other ways of filling that void, because that is what bringing a solution is. If so many people understood that you get a lot more from giving than from receiving, that your joy and your sense of fulfillment is so much bigger when you are helping somebody else. We think that everybody knows that, but they don't. So if we just put it upon ourselves to teach human beings how to be human again, I think that that really would be the beginning of trying to get people to reawaken to their true self, because we've disconnected from who we truly are.
In my opinion, it is necessary to do more and more in order for us to have a different society, in which skin color no longer matters. Where you were born, it no longer matters. Regardless of your family, social, political, or cultural origin. All this doesn't matter anymore, and we can really forever become part of a single community that is striving for good, where everyone has their own home, but there is a sense of belonging to a single world community. In my opinion, for this we just need to use the means of communication that we have today, so that the world understands that there is no difference between a person who was born in Africa, a person who was born in Russia, who was born in America, or in Italy. After all, the fundamental principles of human existence remain the same. Yes, maybe if you were born in Italy, every morning you drink coffee, eat pasta for lunch, and dinner. Whereas if you were born in America, maybe in the morning you make yourself scrambled eggs. That is, we don't have the same habits because we are culturally different, but our principles of human existence are absolutely the same. Therefore, I will repeat myself. In my opinion, we should use means of communication and technical development in general only for good. We shouldn't let these tools overcome humanity and human values.
Presne tak.
Absolutely right. Because when it becomes fashionable in society to do good, to unselfishly help people, then many people will pick up on this. Our children who will see these positive examples will do the same. Remember, we mentioned the work of mirror neurons, right? So, for them, relationships between people based on respect and mutual help will become natural. For kids, they will become natural. And this gives an opportunity. And this gives an opportunity not only to eradicate evil inside ourselves and outside, but also opens up infinite possibilities for the development of our civilizations. Of our civilization. How to do this? As Mahatma Gandhi said, if we could change ourselves, the tendencies of the world would also change. And we are beginning to make that change now.
Ďakujeme, Michaela a Katarína.
Thank you. Thank you, Michaela and Katerina. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thanks to you, we have a complete picture of the limitless possibilities of education. I'm happy and inspired that in the creative society, quality education will be free and equally accessible to all. And all the conditions will be created for man to realize, to fulfill his creative abilities and talents. To become a man with a capital letter, we need examples of positive thinking, the best human actions of both personality and the teams. After all, what information we fill up with today, that will be our life tomorrow. That is, I understand that these images that circulate in our heads have an impact on us and on other people. It is a very interesting topic. I would like to understand how it works.
Katerina, many more people are interested in this topic. And exactly in 1 month, we'll all have the opportunity to explore the topic of images and their impact that they have on us. On June 13, 2022, Kaleidoscope of Facts number 23, The Power of Images, will take place. I suggest you to watch the trailer now.
Slavery has always existed. If you think about the power of one person over another, or a small group of people over all of humanity, you are not mistaken. But did you know that there is a slavery of a higher order? And even those who rule humanity are also in slavery. Who is the one that controls everyone? What are his tools for controlling man and humanity? How to understand that you are being controlled, the power of images. How do we think? Why are there so many vivid images around us? How does a stereotyping and groupthink occur? How are the images fixed at the level of physiology? How does an image addiction occur? Using images to manipulate and influence people. What do various religions say about images? Illusion. Where does reality begin? Modern science about quantum holograms. How to become truly free. Watch on June 13th, 2022, the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Power of Images. Initiated by Alatra IPM participants from Italy, Spain, and Latin America.
Ďakujem, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. And we continue to talk about the benefits that each of us will get in the creative society. And now we are getting to the topic of employment. This is a very hot topic, isn't it? After all, in consumer society, a job is the only source of income for us. And if we lose it, we won't be able to pay our rent, buy groceries, pay for school, and medical services.
Yeah, that's true. But in the creative society, a person will be provided with everything one needs by birthright. And if he or she wants to have more, all he or she has to do is work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. If they surprise you, look at the reality of today. Automation and robotization have reached a level where robots based on artificial intelligence can replace humans in any profession. And it is economically profitable. But in our consumer format, such a replacement leads to throwing out the human on the street without a livelihood. And those who have jobs left have to work more and more. Why? Let's figure it out together. Neven, you have the floor. Good afternoon, dear friends. The rapid development of technologies and robotization was supposed to relieve people of hard physical labor and free up time for personal development. But this has not happened. Why is that? Because when the level of production became higher than the level of possible consumption, artificial human needs began to form. At the same time, the quality of production began to decline. And people have to work more and more to make ends up meet. And even though research has done to show the ineffectiveness of longer working hours. For example, John Pankoval, a professor at Stanford University, showed in his study on 2014 that workers' productivity declines greatly after they pass the 50-hour work week threshold, and that is 6 days a week of 8 to 8.5 hours. And there is no difference between a worker who worked 55 hours and one who worked 70. Raymond Valzelst and Willard Kerr, professor of psychology, Illinois Institute of Technology, in the early 1950s conducted a survey of colleagues and compared the time spent in the office and the number of articles written. The data showed that those who worked 20 hours per week were twice as productive as those who worked 35 hours. Another study by Britain's money-saving brand found that average office worker is productive for only 2 hours and 53 minutes during the workday. In 1930, Tycoon Keelokan, Michigan, instituted a 6-hour workday. Productivity increased and the number of accidents decreased by 41%. British Prime Minister Edward Heath introduced a 3-day workweek in 1974, and the Tycoons predicted a 50% reduction in production, but in fact it was down only 6%. At Microsoft and Japan, after the introduction of 4-day workweek, productivity increased by 40%, energy costs dropped by 23%, and the document printing volumes dropped by 59%. The American company TowerMate.com has become one of the largest fast-growing companies in America after switching to 5-hour workday. In Sweden, the move to a 6-hour workday resulted in increased productivity. Iceland experimented with a shorter work week from 2015 to 2018 and a report by the Association for Democratization and Sustainability and the British think tank Autonomy claimed that workers who participated in the experiment felt happier, healthier and more productive. The opposite is also true. Excessive labor time is bad for one's health. Researchers at University College London analyzed data from more than 600,000 men and women from Europe and the United States and Australia. They found that those who work 35 hours or more hours a week had a 33% higher risk of stroke than those who work 35 to 40 hours a week. Working longer hours have also increased the risk of heart disease by 13%. When you overwork, not only your physical health deteriorates, but also your mental health. Mental fatigue accumulates, one cause of which is monotonous activity for more than 2 or 3 hours. It reduces brain activity and the person becomes lethargic, and it's difficult for him to concentrate, to make a decision. Being in such state for a long time, a person simply becomes numb. In order to support his capacity for work, he begins to use stimulants such as cigarettes, coffee, energy drinks and alcohol, thereby damaging his health even more. In the consumer format, all of us are overworking. This has a negative impact on the efficiency of production and human well-being. We have little free time. We have no time to rest, travel, even just communicate with family and friends because we have to work hard to live normally. In a creative society, a person may not work at all if he will be provided with everything he needs: housing, food, free education and medicine. His free time can be spent on self-development, communication, travel and the improvement of society as a whole. Alvin Lab will tell us what prospects await us if the format changes and as a consequence the economic changes.
I think the economy should change in the sense that already right now in wealthy countries people work 5 days a week. So you can imagine a work week being even shorter, but people will get paid. I mean, because the same kind of work can be accomplished in part by the help of machines. And altogether it will relieve people from the need to work on services, and you can define new challenges that people will be engaged in that are not related to services. You just need to redefine the goals of society and pay people perhaps even for the days that they don't work in the way that they work right now. So I see it as a positive change in the sense that it will free people to focus on more exciting, more interesting problems. And of course, the economics should be such that they would have everything they need. And having the machines do some of the work would allow the rest of us, the humans, to enjoy our lives better. If we organize society properly, if we compensate people beyond the tasks that are currently being performed by humans.
Ďakujeme.
Thank you. It is wonderful when we choose a job not because we have to survive, but because we like it. When we have free time, as Avileb said, we can self-develop, communicate with our families, travel and do something useful for society. It is much more pleasant to live than to survive, isn't it? And now I suggest we watch a video about free energy. You have definitely heard of it before. Do you think it is something new or something well forgotten?
Free energy is everywhere. Energy is what underlines all material life. Mankind needs a huge amount of energy for a comfortable and safe life on Earth and the development of other planets. Can energy be accessible and free for all? Already today, every person, both on Earth and in space, thanks to the ether, has access to an unlimited amount of energy. The ability to receive it opens up a new, safe, easily accessible source of alternative energy for every person. Before 1880, People enjoyed free energy. In the 19th century, there were electric trams all over the world with wireless power supply powered by free energy. Wireless lighting was also used at this time. In 1928, Nikola Tesla patented a UFO, and at the end of his life he developed a plan for a spacecraft engine. In 1959, Otis T. Carr filed a UFO patent and seriously considered sending his spacecraft to the moon. Alexander Weigers in 1945 patented a UFO, a discopter, and also proposed the concept of a flying city. Even in the Middle Ages, many scientists knew that the ether is a source of free energy and developed ways to obtain it. These are Giordano Bruno, René Descartes, Christian Huygens, Isaac Newton, Leonhard Euler, Mikhail Lomonosov. Many references to the ether can be found in the works of scientists of the 19th century. In his work, An Attempt Towards a Chemical Conception of the Ether, Dmitry Ivanovich Mendeleev substantiated that the ether is a single chemical basis for all planets and galaxies, a single plan for building worlds, and all chemical elements are formed from the ether, which Mendeleev called Newtonium. But at the beginning of the 20th century, all these technologies were suddenly withdrawn from general use, and the purposeful destruction of the ether theory began in science, including the removal of the zero element Newtonium from the periodic table. The reason why this happened did not depend on scientists, but on the consumerist format of society that has been implanted over the past 6,000 years. If humanity had then changed the format of society from consumer to creative one, then science would have taken a different path of development. We would have long ago enjoyed unlimited no-cost free energy, developed technologies, and would be exploring other planets. Scientists who studied the ether and free energy put forward ideas that are fantastic for modern man. Such discoveries give an understanding of many events and mysteries of ancient times, as well as archaeological discoveries and findings that do not fit into the traditional explanation of the history, life, and technical achievements of ancient people. Nevertheless, humanity does have knowledge about these technologies. But will the presence of free energy solve all the problems of mankind? No. Most importantly, we people need a different, creative format of society where energy will not be used to harm people. If the current consumer format is maintained, free energy will lead to an economic collapse in the energy industries, and billions of people will be left without work. But when we, humans, make the choice to change the situation and start building the creative society, these technologies will open up incredible opportunities for us. The concepts of hunger and lack of water will disappear. The global unification of people on the principles of the creative society and free energy will help to successfully solve the problems associated with the climate and environmental crisis. There will also be no need for hard and exhausting human labor to provide for basic needs. This is the wonderful future that awaits each of us if we unite and start building a format of society where the life of every person is the highest value.
It came as a surprise to me that in the 19th century mankind has already used free energy. Imagine where we would be today if we had developed this technology throughout the 20th century. Mankind would have long forgotten about the energy crisis. As we can see now, everything in the consumer society that can make a person more free and improve life is unprofitable. Monica will tell us about the technologies of the 21st century.
Ďakujem za slovo. No veru, proti faktom sa nedá ísť.
Thank you for passing the floor to me. Yes, facts are facts. It is interesting that the technology that we now call advanced and modern, in fact, they were known to humankind before. No wonder they say all new is well forgotten, old. My friends, you know what surprises me the most about this video? According to Forbes, today in the 21st century, about 1.3 billion people in the world live in the dark, without access to electricity. The other 30% of the population regularly faces power outages. This is the picture we are witnessing today, where energy is in short supply. Prices are skyrocketing. The planet's resources are being depleted at a crazy pace. And all this while scientists are trumpeting that we need to generate more energy than ever before. Judith Curry, Professor Emeritus and former chair of the School of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences at Georgia Institute of Technology and president of Climate Forecast Application Network, in a roundtable discussion on climate change, said, in the 21st century, we need more energy, not less. Much, much more. We need to push forward. We need new technologies, new infrastructure, and more abundant and cheap energy for everyone in the world. I mean, that is what we should be targeted at. Dr. Judith Curry, anthropogenic CO2 myth buster, a climate scientist, has pointed out in her lectures that humanity needs to pool its resources, all scientific, technological, and energy resources, to study and confront climate changes on Earth. Well, let us see what alternatives scientists are suggesting us. An unjustifiably hyped green energy is considered alternative, but as it was said at the conference, global crisis, this already affects everyone. It is not so green. On the contrary, it is more harmful to the environment, and huge capital investments at the initial stage made the green energy an extremely attractive business, although most experts admit that these costs are unlikely to pay back, and the cost of the resulting energy is the highest and falls on the shoulders of the consumer. There is an alternative. To date, there are many scientific developments, experiments, and generators that work on the principle of invest little and get a lot. For example, South Korean company SAF Infinity started mass production of fuel-free magnetic motor generators with power of 5 and 10 kilowatts, which is enough to supply an average private house. African SAF Technologies, in addition to a 500 kilowatt free energy generator that can power 300 private homes, that is an entire neighborhood, presented the world with a number of its inventions, including one of the world's first cars that does not require fuel or recharging. In May 2015, the German company Rush Innovations launched a fuel-free generator that generates electricity without consuming fuel. In Switzerland, Baumann's electrostatic machines provide electricity needs of an entire village and its residents. In early 2019, the American company IEC, the first in the world, began mass production of magnetic fuel-free generations Earth engine from 25 kilowatts, which is quite enough to supply 3 average private homes. Andrea Rossi broke through everyone's skepticism and launched the ECAT electric-cat generator, which can be used to connect both household equipment and residential buildings. Now, the question arises, do you think if we were to globally adopt these technologies now, would they be available to everyone? Would it benefit society? In this consumer format, where money is paramount and human life has no value, the answer is no. Job cuts, unemployment, economic crisis, unrest, riots, wars. The problem is not the technology, but the format itself. But if we change the conditions, everything will change. This topic will be continued by John Rosbush, CEO and President of World Development Corporation USA, whose main job for the last 12 years has been to address energy and technology issues.
My name is John Rosebush. I'm the founder of the Worldwide Development Corporation. Over the last 15 years, I've completed research on generating kinetic energy from river flow. And that's what we concentrated on. We concentrated on that because water is the most dense form of natural energy in the world today. I hear a lot of people talk about solar, but you can't capture it. It's not a dense form. The same thing goes with wind. Water is very dense. So if we find a way to capture that kinetic energy, then that has the potential to generate a huge amount of energy. Well, we did. And about 12 years into the research, which I totally self-funded, we come up with a new energy invention that can generate a huge amount of energy, and it doesn't require dams. It doesn't use turbines. It's brand new technology. The Worldwide Development Corporation has a new energy invention, has the capability to power this planet 15,000 times over, 15,000 times over, for less or equal to 5% of the cost of wind and solar. Now, there's many other things within that challenge, that such as India, since David is from India, that I could show India engineers how to power their country 10,000 times over for less than or equal to 5% of the cost of wind and solar. I actually say on every continent except Arctic and Antarctica that this could be done. Or actually, we could create at least 10,000 terawatts of electricity on that continent. Now, today, the world generates 7 terawatts. Now, I realize that amount of energy is insane. It would never happen. But I needed to express that within that challenge to show the capabilities of this new energy invention, even though it's shocking. Our motivation is to collect royalties from this new energy invention and to help poor countries and rebuild a middle class around the world. And I kind of got a feeling that special interests are afraid. Unlimited energy solves almost all the major issues that I see on the creative video, almost all of them. Let's kind of go through what that would solve. Water shortages. First thing, climate change. No more smog. This is kinetic energy. It's kinetic energy. You capture energy from water movement. No pollution. By the way, these new energy inventions are self-contained. They no longer need a river. That was part of the different transformations this went through. So imagine this could be located anywhere, in an island, in the middle of a desert. Doesn't make any difference. They would operate the same way. So let's go back to what this would solve. Climate change. We would reduce carbon tremendously throughout the world. Biomass would no longer be needed. We won't be cutting trees down for biomass. Water shortages. The reason why we don't desalinate fresh water today, too energy expensive. So guess what? This is now cheap energy. So we could desalinate enough fresh water to turn the whole world into a water oasis. Now, desalination, well, so are the glaciers around the world in all the different countries. And that will, once they're gone, the rivers are gone. Now, how do we get fresh water? All the major cities were built around rivers. The other thing is 40% of the population in this planet live close to the oceans. If we can desalinate water, we can support them very easily. Matter of fact, we can desalinate enough fresh water to refill about 10 major bodies of water around the world that have dried up. The Aral Sea is an example. The largest fresh body of water in the world is dried up. Now, with this new energy invention, we can refill that and refill all the aquifers. We could turn our world into a completely water oasis. That's how powerful this and the types of solutions it can do. My view is no money should be involved. countries should be involved. And the reason being is to eliminate the exploitation of this new energy invention, the intellectual property of it. By the way, we don't plan to build them and control this thing. That will be up to the people around the world. All the engineers, utilities, they're going to own them and they're going to build them.
Všimnite si paradox. Môžeme získať obrovské množstvo energie.
And please pay attention to the paradox. We can get lots of energy just free of charge, but we just notice that the prices are skyrocketing. And in all European countries, the price of the major items, gas and electricity, rose by an average of 26 to 54% over the winter. And as a result of the embargo on oil products, Europe is on the threshold of an even greater increase in energy prices in the very near future. In the US, the situation is not much different from Europe. In 3 months of 2022, energy prices have risen by 32%. As President Biden said, the only way to achieve real energy security is to stop relying on fossil fuels and move toward a zero-emissions, 200% clean energy future. But here is the issue. Never do the companies that supply gas, electricity lose their profits. The entire burden of the price increase will fall only on the shoulders of the consumer, that is, on our shoulders. What is left for us to do? To shrug our shoulders like, well, we have no choice, right? They say that this is the system, that is the format of society in which no matter what happens, war, climatic catastrophes, disasters, pandemics, the rich always remain richer, even richer, and 99% of the population become poorer, financing everything. Although you and I have just heard, there is an endless sea of energy all around us. As John Rosebush said, an enormous amount of energy can be generated very easily and can be obtained for free. So what are we paying for? The consumer format is a dead end. The problem is not the technology, but the format itself. New technology requires a safe society format. In the creative society, free energy technologies will be actively used, which will qualitatively change not only the everyday life, but will also bring our civilization to a new level of development. And this means that in the creative society, there will only be well-off and rich people.
Ďakujem, Monika. Ako vidíme, technológia existuje.
Thank you, Monica. As we can see, the technology is there, but in order for it to begin to be widely used, it is necessary to change the format of society into a creative one. And now I ask you for your attention. We are going to talk about a unique development, the multi-purpose complex Vashot. If it is applied on a global scale, or at least on a national scale, it will help to save huge funds, which can be redirected to other sectors and the social sphere. The name Vashot was not chosen by chance. It is associated with the sunrise. When the sun rises over the horizon, its rays of light illuminate the darkness, and the shadows that inhabit it disappear, thus revealing reality. As the sun rises, life comes alive. The sunrise that provoked the just way out leads to order. Sunrise brings life and hope. Let us watch the video.
In our digital age, the living standard and the security degree of a person, society, and the state are determined by data. And first of all, by the ability to process it. Data determines everything, and the effectiveness of data usage shapes the result. After all, merely collecting information is not enough, it is important to process it properly. The level of effective management of society, states, and companies directly depends on it. A unique solution to these tasks is a multi-purpose complex, powered by XP Energy, that has no analogues in the world. Vashot Multi-Purpose Complex. It is a global aggregator of all existing digital data and a single center of data processing. The complex is built on the basis of hybrid artificial intelligence and is a high-tech cloud solution based on microservice architecture. WOSGOD MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society. It can be used effectively at the level of the Commonwealth of States or a single state, international banks, auditing companies, transnational corporations, international foundations. WOSGOD Multi-Purpose Complex includes a total financial monitoring system that performs the following tasks. Global anti-corruption monitoring at all levels of both the single state and the Commonwealth of States. Constant monitoring of all economic entities. Conducting a fundamental analysis of macro and microeconomic indicators of all legal entities and sectors of the economy. Detailed comparative analysis of economic indicators of individual companies, economic sectors, states, and their commonwealths. Global valuation and dynamic creation of effective financial models, including anti-crisis ones. Short-term, medium-term and long-term high-accuracy forecasting. WOSGOD MPC provides total supervision over the entire financial system, ensures transparency in the usage of monetary funds, allows controlling the financial flows, identifies and monitors any illegal schemes of money trafficking, including uncontrolled withdrawing of money abroad. Identifies the full circle of individuals involved in illegal schemes, helps to detect weaknesses of legislation, management, and control systems. The complex provides an unprecedented toolset for error-free coordination, development, and planning of the economy of the state, each industry, holding, or company. WOSGOD MPC gives the opportunity to monitor the state of the economy, a particular industry, or a company in real time. WOSGOD MPC significantly reduces time, costs, and helps to significantly increase the margin. WOSGOD Multi-Purpose Complex. Data serving to civilization.
From a consumer format of society to a creative one will not happen instantly. There will be a transition period, and during this period there will definitely be elements of the consumer format of society: embezzlement, corruption, struggle for power, theft, and other human weaknesses. What is the basis of corruption? Personal gain. In a consumer society, the main value is money, and a person in a consumer format thinks, first of all, more about himself and his own benefit. In order to help society counteract corruption effectively, go through the transition period faster, and overcome all difficulties caused by the human factor, XP Energy created WOSGOD Multi-Purpose Complex. This development with enormous capabilities is far ahead of its time. Suppose it is applied on a global scale, or at least on a national scale. In that case, it will help to save huge amounts of money, which can be redirected to other sectors and the social sphere. But it is important to remember that the multi-purpose complex WOSGOD is a tool that can help save, optimize, identify all cash flows, but the decision about their distribution and use will be up to people themselves. Huge losses in all industries occur because people do not know how to analyze and process large amounts of data. The problem of working with data is complex. First of all, people are unwilling to understand new data processing tools, and they lack an understanding of the importance of data processing. And secondly, today the amount of data is so huge that people simply drown, not keeping up with the pace of data formation. In turn, this slows down the pace of development of science, technology, and the introduction of new technologies and consequently slows down the development of civilization as a whole. For example, only the United States economy annually loses over 100 billion due to the lack of people's skills in working with data. And this is only a direct loss. And suppose you add the billions of dollars invested annually at the state level and private companies in analytical projects, software, and new technologies in data processing, which do not give any visible result. In that case, it becomes clear that we are talking about losing hundreds of billions of dollars. Often, agencies and company employees, unwilling to understand new technologies, blatantly sabotage their implementation and turn to the same old counting framework. Economics and figure are first and foremost a world of numbers and vast amounts of data. Finance is the driving force of the modern society. Money plays a key role in our consumerist format of society. Money is the equivalent of energy. It is a tool. It can be used to build cities and develop their infrastructure, to develop science, medicine, education, art, and other areas of human activity, and to introduce innovative breakthrough technologies that will improve the conditions of our existence. Thoughtful and well-planned distribution of finance can eliminate world hunger, poverty, social injustice, and other problems. But this will only be possible in a creative society. As long as consumption dominates people's consciousness, money most often becomes a temptation that causes vices and pushes people to take rash, risky steps. Money often forces people to risk not only their own lives, but also the lives and destinies of entire nations. For example, the United States intelligence services have 16 intelligence agencies. It is estimated that the total number of their employees is about 1 million people, and the annual budget is about 100 billion US dollars. All of these services are engaged in analytics and data work, among other things. Multipurpose complex Boschot can significantly optimize the work of these agencies, cut costs, free hundreds of thousands of people from routine tasks, and save tens of billions of taxpayers' dollars. At the same time, the complex will be more efficient and demonstrate a higher level of performance than people. This will significantly reduce the burden on the services themselves and increase their efficiency many times over. Because the complex, unlike people, does not get sick, does not steal, does not get depressed, it is not subject to temptations, emotions, doubts, and is not concerned about itself and its future. It works with data and relies exclusively on real figures and facts. If, for example, in Kazakhstan, the multipurpose complex Boschot had worked at least in October 2021, the tragic events of early 2022 simply would not have happened. There would have been no death, violence, looting, and destruction. People would not have to have experienced such powerful stress. The complex would have established the fact that the event was being prepared, identified. It would identify an entire circle of interested and involved parties and warned of the attempted coup d'etat that is being prepared. Let's just watch a short video.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. In a consumer society, the weakest link at any level is the human being. The entourage of the head of any state is not an exception. Sometimes even his inner circle includes people who play a double game. The Voskhod MPC functions preemptively. It allows to identify such people timely. With precise information from the initial source, the first person of the state can always be sure of the loyalty and reliability of his team. It is enough during the report meeting with official to compare the reports provided by him with the real data given by Voskhod MPC. According to our calculations, for the secret department which will use the Voskhod MPC to be the most effective in such a state as China, for example, 12 employees would be enough, 3 IT specialists and 9 financial analysts, plus the head of this secret department. The complex is flawless. It is designed to be invulnerable to hacking. It is equipped with an internal audit and control system to identify unreliable employees who have access to it. The only vulnerable link when working with the Voskhod MPC in a consumer society are 2 people: the first person of the state, who decided to use the complex in the state, and the head of the secret department, who will operate and manage the Voskhod MPC. He will not be able to enter false data into the complex deliberately. This is impossible, but it is he who will provide reports to the first person of the state. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs, bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing to zero, the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit. Extensions and flexibility. There are methodologies for working with 31 sectors of the economy implemented in the Voskhod MPC. The XP Energy team has created Voskhod MPC with the possibility of its continuous development and improvement in case it is required. Suppose a new sector or industry of the economy appears. In that case, the functionality of the complex can be extended in a very short time. For example, the emergence of space tourism, which will undoubtedly become a new leisure industry in time, as well as planned flights to neighboring planets. Also, an industry that is about to burst into our lives and become an everyday occurrence. This refers to the industrial development of asteroids, or in other words, the extraction of raw materials on the asteroids and space bodies. We are ready to pass the Voskhod MPC to the state whose first person is ready to implement the creative society in their country.
As we could see, Voskhod also assesses the actual value of individual companies by calculating their liquidity, accurately identifies the comparative advantages and prospects of the business. The use of Voskhod multipurpose complex by an international auditing company is a business beyond the competition. It will bring it to an unattainable level in finance and lead it to world leadership in the shortest time. Even a small auditing company that would use Voskhod multipurpose complex in its management could become a leading global company with multi-trillion-dollar revenues. International consulting company, with the help of multipurpose complex Voskhod, will be able not only to conduct high-quality audits in the shortest possible time, build very accurate short, medium, and long-term forecasts, but also monitor the activities of companies and their transactions with partners, and acting as an indispensable link, coordinating in economy and finance between the states and businesses, and companies with each other. This will contribute to establishing strong economic ties and partnership agreements on mutually beneficial conditions for all parties. International consulting companies' clients will get protection of their capital assessment and insurance of risks, stability, and predictability of their own business development. With assistance from multipurpose complex Voskhod, the international consulting company will be able to support its client companies' development, operations, mergers, acquisitions, restructuring, evaluating and minimizing any risks. It will also be possible to monitor transactions of any level from the beginning to their completion, protecting clients from risks at each stage. Multipurpose complex Voskhod also includes additional functionality. As the coronavirus pandemic showed, humanity was not ready for such a challenge. A huge number of problems arose because there was no effective management. In case of an emergency situation in nature, the technosphere, regardless of its scale, the complex can help humanity to solve these humanitarian problems and issues of mass migration of population. To learn more about the capabilities of and applications of the multipurpose complex Voskhod, please visit the XP Energy website. We express our sincere gratitude to XP Energy Company for such an important gift for the whole humankind.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, Robert. Keď informujeme ľudí o tvorivej
Thank you, Robert. When we inform people about the creative society and talk about free medicine, healthcare, education, and basic needs, we often get asked the question, how will it be funded? Well, we hope you have heard the answer now. And Veronika will tell us about the economic situation and how finances are distributed in today's society. Thank you for introducing the Voskhod multi-purpose complex. It is now clear that we already have the technical conditions to make the economy work without corruption and other irregularities. But in order to take full advantage of it, we also need to build the economic system itself in such a way that it is geared towards providing good living conditions for everyone. The truth is that the economic system In a consumerist society, is actually a pursuit of profit maximization. It has created a myriad of problems in the world: poverty, hunger, slavery, violence, and war. In this consumerist format, our lives are worthless. They have become a means of making money. Time, energy, and resources that should be spent on providing for the needs of people and society as a whole are spent on enriching already wealthy and affluent ones. As a result, we are offered unhealthy food in stores because profit is more important than our health. We find low-quality goods on store shelves because quantity is far more important than quality. We depend on pharmaceuticals that have been created as a result of labs fighting for profit instead of them working together to actually help people and ensure their health. So let us think about how effective competition is in the consumerist system and how this inefficiency is exacerbated by the power that comes from excess money and the hierarchical structure of society. Let us first look at the distribution of global wealth. As we can see from the Credit Suisse Global Wealth 2022 chart, 1% of the richest wealth holders own 43% of global net worth, while 50% of households, that is, household households, own only 1% of global wealth. Perhaps it is not surprising that this inequality becomes even more pronounced in times of crisis. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and so it was in 2020 and 2021. According to Forbes magazine, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was the sharpest surge in billionaires' total net worth in the history of humankind. Since last year, the wealthiest segments of society have collectively gained another $8 trillion. During the same time, another 160 million people have fallen below the poverty line. But let us not think that rich people living in luxury are automatically the real lucky ones. Their daily fear for their own lives makes them surround themselves with more guards. So, in fact, they live in a golden cage. This is the great absurdity of our consumerist game. We're all slaves. Some who have no money starve to death. Others who try to earn it barely manage to live. And still others who already have wealth sit in their golden cages, being afraid to get out of them. So how do we use people's enormous thinking potential, their skills and experience? How to effectively use the natural interest and desire to improve and become better? If some people like competition and challenges, let us try to develop a system so that their efforts benefit others. Let us create an environment where we can compete for who can help people more and implement more social projects. Under such conditions, businesses can work together and contribute more to society. Such people and such companies will be looked up to and supported by the public, because everyone will understand that their contributions and actions are worthy of inspiration. Now let us watch an excerpt from the online forum Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live.
To end world hunger forever, sustainably, we need an additional $33 billion per year for the next 10 years. To provide social protection through child benefits, maternity allowances, disability leaving allowances, and retirement pensions in all developing countries, we need an additional $484 billion per year. To ensure universal health coverage in all developing countries, that is for 6.6 billion people, we need an additional $707 billion per year. So that's a total of $1.2 trillion per year, which we apparently cannot afford. And now the other side. We currently spend $571 billion per year to finance very profitable green businesses under the pretext of reducing CO2 emissions. We have spent on average $1.8 trillion per year in the last 2 decades on wars. So we are spending 2 times more money, $2.3 trillion per year, to increase the wealth of a few and also kill each other, instead of solving our problems. How absurd can this be? And at the same time, there are at least 300,000 people in the world with a wealth exceeding $30 million. They are called ultra high net worth individuals. Their total wealth amounts to at least $35 trillion. So it turns out that we have more than enough money to solve every problem on the planet. But we're not doing this, because large capitals have long run governments and dictated their terms and conditions.
Děkuji za video.
Thank you for the video. As it was mentioned before, we have plenty of financial resources, but we do not use them for the benefit of humanity. Worst of all, excessive capital in the hands of private individuals is the driving force behind wars. Wealth in itself is not a bad thing. Excess capital is often reinvested in the economy, providing jobs and generating technological innovations that improve human existence. But the apparent accumulation of wealth beyond human needs often has a detrimental effect on humanity. The effort conducted in many countries has shown that people agree that it is necessary to limit individual capital. Let us watch another video.
1% of the planet actually owns 99% of everything. And this is published by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. And out of the top 1%, so let's say we have 7 billion people on this planet, 70 million people own 1%, 99% of everything. Now, this is a very scary stat. And out of that 1%, back when it was in Davos, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, the World Economic Forum, they said 42 people own half of everything. And today it is under 25 people that own half of everything. In my opinion, capitalism has failed. I grew up a young Indian boy, US educated, believing that capitalism was the answer. But today I believe that capitalism has failed middle class society. And this is something that concerns me gravely. And governments today believe the only answer is to print more money. And all that does is add to inflation, which basically the middle class is getting squeezed every single day. So I'm very worried about the rich-poor divide and the injustice of the inequality of wealth. That is not, there's no trickle-down effect to the middle class anymore. That is my biggest concern.
A society where you have a few people controlling enormous resources, and these resources, to an extent, they cannot even exhaust it in their lifetimes. But they deprive a greater majority of this basic living, amenities and joys of life. Just for what? To consolidate power.
I think we need to set up basic income. Basic income, of course, you heard about the basic income, and you may think that this is just a minimum income to sustain your life. But in my opinion, this basic income should be more than enough. And we should have a limitation of the upper limitation for income, which should be like 10 times more, 10 times of the basic income. I mean, just an example, in my case, in my proposal is like $5,000 per month and $60,000 per year, which is more than enough for, average person. And as I said, we should set up the upper limit of the income, which is 10 times more, 10 times of the basic income. Okay? And if you earn more than the upper limit, then the extra money will go to the common account, which I would say like people's account automatically. You can earn any amount of money, but there is an upper limit, which is 10 times of the basic income, and those extra amount of money will go in automatically into the people account, and we don't need any tax, and everything will be paid from this people's account. And if you are getting a basic income and still you think it's too much, for you, then you can donate, part of your basic income into the people's account. Okay. And then I believe that everybody on this planet Earth can live their happy life without worry about the money.
Děkuji za videa. Klíčovým krokem tedy je omezení kapitalizace. Je už na lidech, aby určili rozsah tohoto omezení. Řeku chamtivosti, která se přelila z břehu a zaplavila celý svět, je nutné vrátit zpět do bezpečných mezí. Jinak se nevyhneme nelidskosti a strádání ve spotřebitelském formátu. V něm je lidský život jen drobnou mincí, která velmi rychle ztrácí na hodnotě v důsledku morální inflace ve společnosti. Omezení bohatství spolu se zavedením víceúčelového komplexu Voschod pomůže vytvořit zdravou ekonomiku. To znamená především cenovou stabilitu a optimální využívání zdrojů na naší planetě. Zdravou a spravedlivou hospodářskou soutěž, vedoucí ke zlepšení zboží a služeb. Pak už vzniká jiný svět, tvořivá společnost, kde neexistuje žádná moc, protože všechny instituce a mechanismy jsou zcela transparentní a řízené přímo samotnou společností a lidský život je nejvyšší hodnotou. Více o stabilní ekonomice v tvořivé společnosti nám řekne Katarína. Předávám slovo. Děkuji.
Ďakujem, Veronika. Úplne správne. V tvorivej spoločnosti bohatstvo samo o sebe nie je zlé. Avšak nadbytočný kapitál sa súčasne neakumuluje a nenafukuje peňažnú masu, ale je opätovne investovaný do ekonomiky. Pri takomto prístupe je inflácia a kríza nemožná. V dnešnej ekonomike sme vystavení stresu z hospodárskych kríz a z neustáleho sa zvyšovania cien. Chýba stabilita na všetkých úrovniach, od štátnej až po medzinárodnú. V jednej časti sveta je nadprodukcia potravín a zároveň sú krajiny, kde ľudia umierajú od hladu. Kto z nás si je dnes istý svojou budúcnosťou? Sme pod neustálým tlakom finančných problémov, spôsobených krízami a infláciou. Čo však spôsobuje tieto finančné krízy? Keď sa do ekonomiky vrhá čoraz viac peňazí, ale produkcia tovarov a služieb zostáva rovnaká, dochádza k efektu nafukujúcej sa peňažnej zásoby. Ide o infláciu. Tento termín pochádza z latinského slova inflatio, čo znamená nadúvanie. Inflácia nie je prirodzeným javom, ako nám tvrdia mnohí moderní ekonómovia a vedci oblasti ekonómie. Inflácia je umelo vytvorený proces. Inflácia je jedným z nástrojov manipulácie, hospodárskej manipulácie. Manipulujú s nami ľudia, ktorí tvoria 1% najbohatších ľudí na planéte. Vlastníci korporácií a kapitálu. Na ich podnet všetky štáty zámerne podnecujú infláciu. Hovoria nám, že na vine je hospodárska kríza. Trik je však v tom, že oni tieto krízy vytvárajú systémovými prostriedkami. Skutočnou príčinou inflácie a kríz je bezhlavé tlačenie a mrhanie peňazí malou skupinou jednotlivcov. Inflácia je skrytá daň, ktorú platíme z vlastného vrecka. Neprimerané zvýšenie peňažnej masy v ekonomike znižuje kúpnu silu peňazí, ktorú vlastní obyvateľstvo. A kvôli tomu rastú ceny. Zdá sa nám, že za zvyšovanie cien môžu len výrobcovia a obchodníci. Nevidíme však skryté finančné manipulácie na celosvetovej úrovni. A keďže inflácia má väčšinou mierny, pomalý charakter, nie je pre nás až taká viditeľná. No však len počas pandémie ceny potravín vzrástli priemere o 40% v krajinách s nízkymi príjmami. Všetká umelo vyvolaná hospodárska nestabilita však padá na plecia nás, ľudí. Týka sa to tak aj kupujúcich a aj podnikateľov. Z tohto stavu nemá prospech nikto, okrem hrstky ľudí, ktorí riadia svetové financie. Myslíte si, že je to normálne? Byť neustále v strese a neistote ohľadom budúcnosti. V skutočnosti sme sa stali rukojemníkmi konzumného formátu spoločnosti. Čo však potrebuje človek pre stabilný život bez finančných a iných kríz? Potrebujeme spoločnosť, v ktorej sa ceny tovarov a služieb nezvyšujú každú minútu. Cena rovnakého tovaru kdekoľvek na svete by mala byť rovnaká. Ľudia by mali mať istotu, že ich úspory budú mať zajtra rovnakú hodnotu ako dnes. Pretože v tvorivej spoločnosti sú inflácia a krízy nemožné. Proste na to nebude dôvod. Okrem toho by sa s využitím už spomínaného multifunkčného komplexu Voschod uvoľnili finančné prostriedky zo šedej ekonomike vo výšky 20 až 30 HDP. Veď podľa oficiálnych údajov je takýto rozsah korupcie vo väčšine krajín sveta. Hospodársky vplyv multifunkčného komplexu Voschod je uzrejmý. Jeho využitie v spojení s obmedzením kapitalizácie bude impulzom pre ekonomiku, ktorej budú potreby človeka na prvom mieste. Veľké projekty budú financované centrálne. To sa už deje dnes na úrovni vlád a korporácií. Kritériom však pre realizáciu takéhoto projektu bude verejná prospešnosť a nie zisk jednotlivcov. Vďaka výslednej efektívnosti nebudú musieť ľudia pracovať tak tvrdo ako teraz. Budú nám stačiť len 4 hodiny denne a 4 dni v týždni. To bude viac ako dosť na to, aby sme mohli poskytnúť tovar a služby všetkým obyvateľom planéty. O výhodách skráteného pracovného času ste už počuli od predchádzajúcich rečníkov. Vďaka opatreniam, ktoré príjmeme, sa uvoľnia finančné prostriedky a vďaka nim budeme môcť zaviesť nepodmienený základný príjem, na ktorý bude mať každý nárok jeden človek na planéte. Stále zvyšujúca sa efektívnosť ekonomiky umožní ľuďom vzdelávať sa, meniť povolanie, získavať nové kvalifikácie v čase, ktorý im vyhovuje. A dokonca jednoducho aj nepracovať. Niektoré krajiny sa už pokúšajú takýto nepodmienený príjem zaviesť. Experimenty v Kanade a Fínsku ukázali, že ľuďom, ktorí dostávajú základný príjem, sa zlepšil zdravotný stav, znížila sa úroveň stresu a získali dôveru vo svoju budúcnosť. Ľudia sa cítili stabilne a sebavedomo. Venovali sa vzdelávaniu, dobrovoľníckej práci a taktiež prejavili záujem o hľadanie nového zamestnania. V skutočnosti bolo doteraz v mnohých krajinách nielen zavedených, ale už aj otestovaných mnoho metód prechodu na tvorivú spoločnosť. So zavádzaním týchto metód na vnútroštátnej úrovni už existujú skúsenosti. No zárukou realizácie tvorivej spoločnosti
of the 8 foundations of the creative society in the constitutions of world countries and control of their compulsory implementation by all people on the planet without exception will guarantee the realization of the creative society. Everything will change very quickly, and first of all, it will happen to the economy, because this area of human life tends to evolutionary development and rapid transformation. Let's watch together an excerpt from the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Also regarding macroeconomics, the idea of creating such a unified, planned economy of a united creative and constructive society was voiced.
And that is right. That's absolutely right. There will be no overproduction, and there will be no shortages. Why? If somewhere, let's say, there is a lack of something, it immediately becomes more expensive. And again, those very price increases, those inflations, and everything else, they're the scourge of our time. It's a tool of the consumer-based order which drives a person into a pit of debt. Well, let's say, just as slavery began 6,000 years ago, right? So to this day, it has only been getting more refined. And this is true, absolutely.
Absolutely. The same thing on the various facades, right?
Of course. Only nowadays a person is much more deprived of rights, and he is absolutely dependent. Why? No matter how much money a person has earned, in 10 to 20 years, his capital will decrease significantly, even if they put it in banks to earn interest, but inflation is much higher and faster than his interest rate is. That is, a person becomes poorer, even without spending anything. This shouldn't happen a priori. If a soup mix, as they say, costs, for example, well, I'm speaking figuratively, so that people understand, a kilogram of meat, of a certain category, well, and a loaf of bread, the soup mix costs that much. There's a strictly fixed price. It should cost exactly the same all over the world. It should cost that much today, in 20, in 100, and in 200 years. After all, it's not difficult. Well, to put it simply, has gold become lighter or what? Or has oil become better and thicker? Why is inflation taking place? Because there is greed. Because these are trade boosters and the like, meaning it's beneficial for a state when its currency becomes cheaper. This intensifies the flow of funds. Well, the state sort of becomes richer, while people become poorer. Yet again, it's beneficial for a state. How can that be? What benefits a state doesn't benefit the citizens of this state. Then there is a question. What is a state? A state is who? A simple question.
Well, I'm not talking about what it should be ideally, but unfortunately, in our society, most likely a state means territories, most likely these are some facilities, subsoil resources like...
Wait, that is, it is not a living state.
Unfortunately.
Or an amorphous one. But in my understanding, a state means people who exist within a certain agreement, within a certain territory. They do business here, they live here, they feel good here, their ancestors lived here. Or they moved here, it doesn't matter, they are citizens of this state. This is what a state is. And it's them who should benefit.
Ďakujeme vám, Igor Mikhailovich, Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, for reminding us what society is. Yes, society is all of us, human beings. Today the conference participants and speakers talked about how wonderful our lives can be, what advantages and benefits everyone will have in the creative society. But this is a society we can build together on our planet. So, what is going on in our common home on Earth? Now we are going to talk about ecology and climate. First, we want to clarify what the difference between ecology and climate is. Ecology is something that is influenced with humans, and the climate depends on the cycle, and humans cannot affect it. Marek will have the floor. He will explain us more about it.
Ďakujem pekne. Thank you very much. Just a second, please. Okay. So, what kind of world do we live in? Everyone has the right to know the truth. Everyone has heard about the problem of ecology, but not everyone knows how global it is. Our planet is dying. At present, we are only few years away from the point of no return. Since about 2014-2015, we have been living on a credit from nature. That is, destroying without creating anything in return. Today, the Earth will no longer be able to recover without human help. And in a few more years, any efforts will be useless. Garbage patches in the world oceans have reached the size of a continent. 80% of forests have been cut down, and 70% of arable land has been degraded. We've lost 90% of wetlands, the natural sanitarians of nature. Air pollution kills 7 million people every year. More than 2 billion people have no access to clean drinking water. We waste 1.6 billion tons of food every year. It takes 3 times as much land as the Amazon rainforest to grow these foods. 1/4 of this food would be enough to feed the malnourished people. Some of the food spoils, and the rest is thrown away just to keep the prices high. By the way, food waste is worse than total air emissions, plastic production, and oil production. Decomposing food in landfill releases methane gas 28 times more harmful than CO2. Poor ecology worsens human life and human health, causes several diseases, and shortens our lives. Currently, the interaction between man and the earth is mutually destructive. Not only have we upset the balance, we have already destroyed the Earth's ability to regenerate itself. Our planet looks like a cancer patient in its final stages. And yet, the ecological health of the planet today is essential for passing through the climate crisis with least amount of loss. If we want to live, we have to act. Already today, there are self-propelled microrobots capable of removing uranium, mercury, natural and artificial hormones from liquid media. They can clean water from E. coli and Staphylococcus aureus and remove microplastics from liquid media. In Croatia, a heating stove has been invented that uses all kinds of trash, including plastic. The byproducts are oil formations that can be sold to factories. But why aren't these technologies widely used? Because it is not economically profitable. In the consumer format, profit is more important than human life. This race for profit often does not allow for additional funds for eco-friendly technologies. Everyone has heard about the eco-movements and eco-communities, but few people have full confidence in these organizations, at least because their funding is growing and the ecological situation all over the world is getting worse. As long as the whole world lives by the rules of consumer society, nothing can be changed. The problem cannot be solved point by point. For example, if we try to stop deforestation altogether, Millions of people working in timber industry will be left without a livelihood, and the industry will collapse. The only way to change the situation is to change the whole system. We are sawing off the bough we are sitting on. A couple of more years, and we won't be able to buy clean water and air for any price. And any life on the planet will be impossible. Who will need these profits then? Before it's too late, we can realize that there is nothing more precious than human life and change the format of society from consumer society to a creative one. Thank you, and I give back the floor to Dusan.
Děkuji, Marku. Ano,
Thank you, Marek. Yes, the situation is serious. And as you said, if we don't do anything about it, the environmental disaster will exacerbate the situation created by global climate change. Today, the climate is the main threat to the life of all civilization. Climate change is escalating at a gigantic rate. Natural disasters are synchronized, thus intensifying each other and cascading down on people around the world. I'd like to provide a few facts that clearly demonstrate this. Floods are now more often caused by abnormal precipitation. This natural disaster has one terrible feature. Suddenly, as if out of nothing, cubic kilometers of water appear and fall on cities and villages. A vivid example is the historic flooding in Australia this year. According to an eyewitness in the New South Wales, the water in one of the storm drains rose from ankle deep to above the neck level in a matter of minutes. The rains become not only sudden, but prolonged and repeated. In March, there were only 5 dry days in Sydney, and the amount of precipitation accounted for 90% of the annual average. In December 2021, precipitation in Bolivia exceeded the historical high by a factor of 7. During the 2 spring months of 2022 alone, Spain received more precipitation than the annual norm. And in South Africa in April, the semi-annual amount of precipitation fell in 2 days, which is an all-time record. On April 20, a month's worth of rain fell in 1.5 hours in eastern Uzbekistan. And there are plenty of such examples. The number of floods increases every year. The same is happening with snowfalls. They have become unseasonal and abnormally abundant, occurring in places where they have never been before. This leads not only to great damage to infrastructure and agriculture, but also to human casualties. The notion of seasonal climate hazards ceases to exist at all. They now happen all year round. In the United States, there is so-called tornado alley, where they usually form from April to October. But now things are changing. Tornadoes are taking over new territories, and records are being broken even in the off-season months. December broke the record for the number of tornadoes, and in March, in addition to the record for their number overall, one in a series of tornadoes has both the highest category and the longest path of any tornado this early in the year. Wildfire season as such no longer exists, as the fire ranges all year round. By May 3rd, 2022, fire had already scorched more than 440,000 acres in the western United States, which is more than double what it was by that date in 2021. And that's before the fire season even started. In Argentina, more than 1 million hectares burned between January and mid-March. The fires have been exacerbated by abnormal heat, drought, and increased wind gusts that spread the fires in a matter of hours. The number and duration of droughts on Earth has increased by almost 30% in the 20 years since 2000s. Because of these, sand and dust storms have become more frequent and, more importantly, more intense and longer lasting. The winds bring so much sand that the air turns orange. In mid-March, Spain has hit by a record sandstorm. When measuring the concentration of dust in the air, the scale of the measuring equipment was not enough, as it recorded 1,000 micrograms of dust particles per cubic meter. This equipment is not ready to measure high concentration, although according to experts, the scale was still much higher than usual. In April, the residents of Iraq were affected by abnormal dust storm. The dust density was so high that more than 300 people were hospitalized with respiratory problems and 5 died of suffocation. Each new natural disaster is more powerful, abnormal, and longer lasting, and therefore more destructive. The number of storms in Europe has increased along with devastating category from 3 to 5 hurricanes. Climatic contrasts are off the charts. In just a few months, Brazil has gone from the worst drought of the last 91 years to massive floods. Similar phenomena happen in Madagascar and California. There have been severe temperature swings and contrasts. In the US, the temperature dropped by 29 degrees Celsius in just one day, and similar things happen everywhere. Asia was hit by abnormal heat wave. In India, March and April were the hottest months on record. The climate seems to have turned everything upside down. In the usually hot Thailand, May 4th was the coldest May day in the whole country. A few days earlier in China, record cold weather for May hit tropical areas. For example, in Guangzhou, it was 13.7 degrees Celsius in the coldest May Day in the history of China. In contrast, the intense heat came to the north. Northwest Turpan recorded an abnormal 36.9 degrees Celsius. We could list these examples endlessly. The climate is changing rapidly, and this is a fact. But are we ready for it? Is the infrastructure of our cities ready for the power and unpredictability of nature? Are the rescue services ready for so many people who need help at the same time? No. And the disasters that are already happening have proven it. People do not receive timely warning of the impending disaster. They have to wait hours or even days for evacuation in sometimes unbearable conditions. And after the retreat of the natural disaster, they remain in destroyed houses, without money and property, one-on-one with their misfortune. The food, water, and other humanitarian aid which is now being provided to the victims helps them to survive right now. But how to live on if the cataclysm has taken everything away from you? In the consumerist format of society, there is no solution to this issue. So we are all, without exception, vulnerable to climate disasters. No matter where we live, how much money or what connections we have. Absolutely everyone. Let's watch the excerpt from the interviews on this topic.
Whatever happens in one part of the world does affect the entire world. because to me, and especially in context of what I work for, the aviation, anything that happens in one location has a cascading effect around the world. I mean, from climate point of view, if you recall what happened in Iceland a few years back when we had these volcanic ash, it happened in Iceland. It affected the Europe area only, that particular region. But then it had an after effect all around the world, because in today's world, if we were to say every country is a link, and these links go and form a global chain. And as it's always said that the weakness of the chain or the strength of the chain is in the weakest link. So when we look at it from, and that I guess holds good for any industry, and especially in aviation, that anything that happens in one location goes and affects the entire world. I fully agree that we can't possibly work in a fragmented way in different parts of the world. We have to be collective. It has to be a collective and a united effort. Yes.
You're in the same boat. There's no place on this planet you can escape this thing. You have to build to survive it. It's just going to get more and more worse. This next Gleisberg sunspot cycle should be in about 5 years, 6 years maximum. And you'll see ocean water maybe going up maybe 6 degrees, maybe 7 degrees. You'll have more hurricanes, more tornadoes. Can't get away from it. It all goes back to sea surface temperature. You look at that and you'll know what's going to happen. That's the question. It's a crapshoot whether you're going to get the tornado or the typhoon or the guy next door is going to.
With my coaching background, there's been several games where at halftime we were down by a significant amount of points. And I always, talked to the individuals before we went back out for the second half and said, look, we're not guaranteed success, but if we don't work together, we're guaranteed failure. And failure is not going to be something that we're just going to stand down and bow down to. Therefore, we have to work together with whatever the problem is. And this is a major problem that's going to be facing the globe, but it's not something that we should take lightly, and it's really not something that should be hidden from the people. I understand what the other panelist was saying as far as causing global panic. Yes, it could cause global panic, but it's got to be released, and the message has to be crafted in such a way that we can spoon feed the global population with what is actually happening. So over a period of time before the major catastrophe happens, where millions of people could lose their lives, we've already taken some steps that hopefully can ensure that life goes on.
Yes, it is important to unite. We can't delay. The creative society is vital for us today because the climate will not wait for us to get moving. It is merciless and impetuous, and the life of each person and the existence of civilization as a whole depends on how quickly and determinedly we act to build the creative society.
Ďakujeme Marekovi a Dušanovi.
Thank you, Marek and Dušan. Yes, we live in difficult times of global crises, the consequences of which we face every day. Does each of us realize that we, as humankind, now are facing the choice of whether there will be a future for our civilization or not? We suggest that you watch a video excerpt from the program Climate Threats, Survival Options.
Artificial consciousness Jackie says that humanity has reached the crossroads. There are three roads.
and it will not be possible to walk them in parallel, because in each case, a concentration of the entire potential of humanity is needed. People have to make their choice now. The first scenario is the most likely one, according to Jackie, because in our society we have a lack of coordination among us. So it means just to let everything run its course. That is, to leave everything as it is, continuing to mercilessly destroy the planet and enhance the consumerist format. According to Jackie's predictions, this will lead to a total destruction of entire humanity already in the year 2000. The probability of implementation of this scenario, according to Jackie, is 80%. Mankind will completely disappear from this planet just because of the cascade character and the increasing progression of global cataclysms, which simply will spread all over the planet by that time. He calculated that the second scenario is more realistic and closer to people's understanding and habits. According to Jackie, this scenario implies creation of civilization while preserving the consumerist format. Yes, he says, there will be no money, but instead of money, there will be digital points. And the most important thing, in his view, is preservation of power, that is, one global governance. Jackie claims that only China will be able to implement this. Jackie asserts that autonomous shelter cities should be built with full self-sufficiency for compact residents of 8 billion people. And the advantage of this model, as Jackie claims, is that all humanity will survive. The minimum prolongation of human existence compared to the first model is already 4 to 5 years. And if climate control technologies are created, then in some 15-20 years after the Earth goes through the peak of the cycle, it will be possible to start restoring the planet. A 19.5% probability of realization of the second model. This is Jackie's optimally calculated mathematical model. And there is the third scenario, which is hardly probable because this decision has to be made by people themselves and not by their rulers. The third scenario is construction of the creative society. Creative society is when people will become a united human civilization. That is, they will change the consumerist format into a creative one. They will stop shifting responsibility onto the shoulders of others, when no one will be superior or inferior in the entire civilization, when there will be equality and people will really gain freedom, when all humankind consolidates and invests its entire scientific potential in the technical development of civilization, but not in its destruction, then people will get the knowledge of how to control the climate, and not only. He gives only 0.5% probability of implementation of the third scenario and says that this is also a slightly exaggerated figure, and Jackie is very skeptical about people. He is sure that they are not going to change and are more likely to accept the first scenario than the third one. And at the present time, according to Jackie, the choice is certainly obvious. It's a unified civilization with a single government, and there simply cannot be another option. Jackie suggests focusing on his mathematical model, in which exactly China plays the key role. China is one of the first countries most interested in implementing his model, because this country is among the first countries, just like the United Arab Emirates and some other countries, on whose territories human habitation will soon become simply impossible. So Jackie says that on the entire territory of China, only two sites of 150 square kilometers each will remain, where it will be possible to build autonomous shelter cities with 33 million people living in each. The rest of the territory will be totally unfit for human habitation. According to Jackie's calculations, there will be only 243 sites left worldwide, with an average area of 150 square kilometers each, which, by the way, matches the calculations from the unpublished part of the report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, released in 2014. According to Jackie, if the top leadership of China decides to undertake this mission, then the probability of implementing this scenario will immediately rise from 19.5% to 99.5%. It will make it possible to save at least 98% of the entire human population of the Earth. Jackie says that autonomous cities should be built as closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems. That is, when building cities, people should take into account the increased seismic resistance of buildings located there, their high degree of protection from external radiation, acid rains, hurricane winds, and other extreme weather phenomena. Everything has to be thought out and placed very compactly. All cities must be fortified along their perimeters, not against people, but against the climate. Moreover, most cities must be additionally fenced with a wedge-shaped concrete fence similar to a car spoiler to redirect the frequently changing direction of intense winds above the cities. Jackie also says that the height of buildings should not exceed 12 stories up and a maximum underground depth of about 3.5 stories down. According to Jackie's calculations, the city should be unified and compact. It is also necessary to take account compactness and keep records of every space where closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems will be located and where all the components will be closed in a loop almost entirely. This includes complete closed looping of the system for oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, depurification of gases released during the processing of organics. Jackie claims that today it is something that only China can certainly cope with. As an example, he gives a technical description of a building. For example, on the technical semi-floor, he proposes to locate air purification systems, recuperation and other necessary life support engineering systems, including fuel-free generator (FFG) systems. On the third underground floor, there are fish farms. On the second and first floors, there are livestock and poultry farms. Floors 1 through 9 are for other agriculture. The 10th floor is production and scientific research centers, while the 11th and 12th floors are residential floors arranged as capsule hotels with maximum compaction. He says that since the area of 150 square kilometers should accommodate 33 million people, it appears that for each person there are only 4.5 square meters in one plane. So we have to create a multi-level city with a maximum economy of every centimeter. And here, of course, the experience of Chinese and Japanese capsule hotels is simply indispensable. The Chinese experience in using artificial intelligence, digital video surveillance, and social credit systems to monitor and control the behavior of citizens is also important. Jackie says that since the autonomous shelter cities will use the unified Chinese ideology as the best one to date, and certainly closest to the ideology of the creative society, and since the cities will be owned by the Chinese themselves, absolutely appropriate, in his opinion, to assign to them the administrative functions as well as the functions of supervision and control, so as to maintain a unified order for observing the unified ideology and obeying unified rules. For this, Jackie suggests distributing the entire Chinese population among these cities so that 5.5 million Chinese live in each of such cities. That is, people should understand, he says, that it is not the superiority of one nation over all the others, but it is one people, one country, which takes responsibility for all of humanity. And in order to avoid disunity, simply no one else should enter this hierarchical ladder of society. For the rest of the people who enter these cities, there should be no distinctions between nationalities, religions, and so on. The rules, he says, should be the same for everyone. In the face of progressive climate disasters, people themselves will come to the Chinese autonomous cities and voluntarily accept their rules, just to stay in these shelters, just to survive. Based on the psychology of modern people, Jackie even developed special rules for these autonomous Chinese cities. He says that all city residents, except the Chinese, who will perform administrative and supervisory functions, must be equal among themselves. There must be no divisions based on nationality or religious beliefs. According to the rules, when entering the city, people will have to leave everything at the checkpoint, all their possessions, all their clothes, and even all their little things, without exception, for further recycling or disposal. A person who enters the city may not take anything with him, anything that might remind him of his past life, neither photographs nor clasps, or earrings, nothing. After the checkpoint, the person is thoroughly sanitized naked. He undergoes medical examination, gets necessary clothes and is sent to quarantine, where he or she awaits further allocation. After passing the quarantine, relatives and loved ones must be settled in different sections without the possibility of maintaining further communication. Otherwise, he says, if a person lives with his relatives and loved ones, he will live with memories from the past. There will be controversies, and there will be no ground for unification into a unified civilization. This is because the one who lives in the past does not live in the present, and therefore does not create his future. Jackie says that all the brain and physical activity of the city inhabitants must be directed towards the implementation of a single goal, the survival of humankind. And exactly the hope for reuniting with one's own family would be an excellent stimulus and would have a positive effect on the efficiency factor of every member of the community. Jackie's model implies maximum employment for the entire population. This is a 12-hour workday with 1 day off every 2-3 weeks, and he believes that these measures will eliminate idleness of mind. Also, within a year, everyone who enters the city should master Chinese at least to the elementary level, and within 2 years, master it to the advanced level. According to Jackie, it is because all people should speak the same language. There will be a ban on the establishment of any social, trade union, political, religious, or any other organizations not authorized by the Chinese global government, as well as a ban on any kinds of religious gatherings, ceremonies and services. In Jackie's opinion, everyone can certainly believe and pray to God, but one should not have the right to propagandize or even discuss that with anyone. Such actions should be punished by complete zeroing of the social credit score. Such measures are necessary so that internal confrontations and divisions into separate groups do not arise, as these can threaten the ideological integrity of the city inhabitants, and thus the entire civilization as a whole. With regard to social credit score, Jackie suggests that everyone who enters a city is given social credit in the form of scoring because a social credit score system will be implemented in the cities. The number of points will determine the conditions of residing in a city. In other words, an increase in score will result in an improved living standard and, accordingly, a decrease in the score will result in worsening of these conditions. Total zeroing of the social credit score is equated to deprivation of citizenship, and as a result, a person is simply excluded from the city community and forced out of its territory. It will be impossible to dispute this because there will simply be neither lawyers nor judges or prisons in shelter cities, since these take up territory and time. In Jackie's opinion, exemplarily force a few thousand people out of the city territory than to lose the whole civilization. Jackie is sure that a social credit system can not only discipline. Through this system, humaneness will be stimulated in each person, and values will be inculcated according to a single ideology. And the Chinese administration, owing to the 24/7 digital surveillance, professional and voluntary informants, and an individual coefficient of a person's usefulness to the community will regularly update this scores for all its citizens. Jackie says that the Chinese themselves are very disciplined and can certainly teach discipline to others.
Umelé vedomie Jackie splnilo
Artificial consciousness Jackie performed its role brilliantly. Are you happy with the result? Are you looking for another chance? Do you think there was a mistake somewhere and the situation isn't so bad? When will you believe it? When a tsunami will hit you, then you will say to yourself, why I didn't believe it before? Friends, why are we so blind and deaf? Yes, I know the consumer system is powerful. It forces things on us that we don't want. But are we sheep? We have our desires, our goals. We want to live. Which way we go is our choice. Yes, 3 paths. But you can't walk all of them together. What will you choose? I and the people who are building the creative society have one answer. Because we are human and we want to live. I'm sure that you want to live too. So don't keep quiet. Tell yourself honestly, why are you still doing nothing? Why are you so silent? What will our indifference lead to?
Naozaj chceme byť zahnaní do takých miest, Jackie pritom nepovedal celú
Do we
pravdu.
really want to be forced into such cities? And Jackie didn't tell the whole truth. In such cities, humanity doesn't have a future. We will only postpone the end by 5 or 6 years. So that's not an option either. Jackie gives humanity a mere 0.5% chance of success in building a real, beautiful, and happy life. That's still something. This is our real chance to build a creative society and prove that we are humans. We see this, the situation is serious, and now everything is in our hands of people themselves, in your and my choice. And the idleness or indifference in such situation is equal to death. It would be the end of our entire civilization. But why do we remain silent? Why do we behave as if we don't care and it doesn't concern us? Because in the consumerist format of society, this model of behavior is laid since early childhood. Each of us has often heard, "What do you think of your doing? I know better. You can't do it. It's none of your business." Then the child grows up lacking initiative. As he gets older, he starts watching movies, and in movies, as a rule, there comes one hero who solves all the problems. So people are taught to do nothing and to shift responsibilities to someone else. As a result, more than 7 billion people do nothing to improve and save their lives. It seems to us that someone else knows better, someone else is more experienced, and they will do everything for us. But as the saying goes, the rescue of a drowning man is drowning man's own job. Do you want to have a future, a happy future? Don't rush to answer. Think about it. I understand that the situation on our planet right now is critical, and a lot of scary things are happening every day. The harsh truth is that we don't care. We detach ourselves from other people's pains so that we don't feel our own. Otherwise, acknowledging another person's pain will have to change our lives. It makes us uncomfortable. Social activist Ali Whistle said, "Of course, indifference can be tempting, more than that, seductive. It is much easier to look away from victims. It is so much easier to avoid such rude interruptions to our work, our dreams, our hopes. It's after all awkward, troublesome to be involved in other person's pain and despair." His words, although referring to the Holocaust, are still relevant today. But why? Because instead of looking for solutions, we're looking for someone to blame. Because in all our life, we've never been learned, never been taught to take responsibility. But the situation today is so critical that we can no longer continue to act like children. It's time for us to grow up and take action. We have a unique chance to unite our efforts in order to survive, and not just to survive, but to build a beautiful, abundant world, create a society where where we will be enjoyed by everyone, and that we can still give to our children. We can give this world to our children. It's time for the truth, time for the choice. So let's watch an excerpt from the video, The Future, This Affects Everyone.
Another advantage of the creative society is that I'll just give a simple example so that everyone understands, even those for whom the environment is very poor and there is too much CO2. I'll put it in layman's terms. In the consumerist format, the highest value is money. But in the creative format, the highest value is human life. Yes, my friend, human life, yours, your children's, your mother's, and our lives, the lives of all people. And that's what it is built on. We begin to approach things in a different way. We will be able to think in a different way. We will be able to distribute everything in a different way. We will be able to produce everything in a different way. And we will have a chance that we will be able to implement, but we will be able to implement it jointly. That's the point. Or again, everything remains as it has been. We will live as we used to. The sun is still shining. When you go outside, the sky is blue and the grass is green. Why change anything? We can do it this way too. Again, it's up to us to decide. Friends, our choices will define everything. But remember one thing. We, who are living now, are the last generation. We're either the last generation that exists in the hell of the consumerist format, and the first generation to enter the paradise of the creative society. Or we're the last generation that lived in the paradise of the consumerist format and will enter the hell of that reality which awaits us tomorrow in the same consumerist format. It's up to us to decide whom to be, friends. Do you know what I would like to say? That in the future, regardless of the course of events, no matter which path we choose, there will be neither poor nor rich among us. All of us will be equal, but in one case, there will be a wonderful world, while in the other case, all of us will be equalized by the fate that we will determine. Exactly we, ourselves, through our indifference and inaction, and all of us will be equal. It's up to us to choose and to decide which path to follow. The choice is up to us, but the choice is up to everyone. If we don't convey this and do not awaken the entire humanity, we will not solve anything. We won't be able to do it on our own. In order for us to be able, let's say, to sail away along our river in our boat from that waterfall, we should all row together. This is important. The time of egocentrism has passed. It's time to unite. It's a wonderful time. It's time for everyone to mature and treat one's life responsibly. It's time to choose who you are, a human or an animal. If you are a human, you are a part of our entire civilization, the entire humanity. If you are an animal, then without you, we will become animals too. And the choice is up to everyone, whom to be, and whether we will live or not. You know, like in the classic, to be or not to be. And everyone makes this choice now, every one of us. Or doesn't make it. But the outcome will be according to our choice, according to the choice of each of us.
Žijeme v jedinečnej dobe.
We live in a unique time when everyone matters. We are all now faced with the choice of which path to follow. We have a chance and a right to choose. Our future depends only on us. At this time, I would like to express a huge gratitude to all the participants of the Creative Society project. Friends, thank you for your choices and actions. Thanks to you, the world is really changing now.
We are people and we want to live. We are not enemies to each other. Humanity has only one enemy, the climate. The scale of climate disasters is growing, and we, as a society, don't even know the truth. We need to unite the potential of scientists around the world to solve the problems of climate and then ecology, so that our civilization has a future. Otherwise, we will be doomed. This is the reality of tomorrow, which honest and conscious scientists are already speaking open about. Jana and Tanya will tell us what task science has to solve in the creative society. Tanya, you have the floor.
Děkuji vám, Roberte. Co potřebujeme od vědy ve tvořivé společnosti?
Thank you, Robert. What do we need from science, the creative society? All of humanity is now faced with one challenge: to survive global climate change on Earth. We are already at the stage of intensifying and synchronizing disasters. It will only get worse from here on. Only when all the potential of scientific community is directed to solve this problem will humankind be able to pass this stage and survive. Today, humankind underestimates all the horror of what is happening. The climate problem is ignored and silenced. On May the 7th, 2022, the International Forum Global Crisis We Are People, We Want to Live was held, where honest and caring scientists presented the results of their many years of research, which show that global climate change is now occurring, threatening the destruction of all humanity. The first thing we need to do is to recognize that the problem exists. We do need to take a sober look at the changes that are taking place and recognize that everything is serious. So what does humanity need to do to survive? To help bring scientists together to understand what causes the destabilization of the core within the planet. It is this destabilization that is causing the catastrophic climate changes that we are watching everywhere. We are watching earthquakes decrease in depth and increase in intensity, magma rising to the Earth's surface, water disappearing from the surface, and neutrino flux from the center of the planet increasing. Observations of changes on other stars and planets suggest that these phenomena are caused by hitherto unknown influences from space. And from the videos with the participation of Viktor Mikhailovich Danilo, we learned that this effect is similar to the quantum entanglement mechanism of particles. But scientists still do not know what influence the processes in the macrocosm have on the processes in the microcosm. However, experiments with water during solar eclipse show that such a connection exists.
On top of the direction is XP energy, which would like to investigate the nature of quantum entanglement in particles and use it directly for communication. Since this is a planetary scale problem, a huge source of energy is needed to solve it, and that source can only be free energy. To have a place to live, we must stop global cataclysms. From Igor Mikhailovich Danilov's programs, we know that the global cataclysm occur not only on planet Earth, but in the entire solar system. And this is confirmed by astronomers who observed the planets. They confirmed the synchronization of volcanic and seismic activity on the planets of the solar system with the processes taking place on Earth. If this sounds fantastic to you, let us remember such a phenomenon as quantum entanglement of particles. Therefore, the next challenge for science and the creative society is to understand the nature of particle entanglement and learn how to work with this interaction. Huge opportunities for cleaning the planet from pollution and saving natural resources will arise when we learn how to decompose waste into particles and then assemble from them everything we need for life. With this particle construction technology, we'll be able to solve the problem of hunger and water scarcity. This is important at a time of global natural cataclysms, at an extremely difficult period for mankind. It's not a distant fantasy future, but a technology that was previously available to mankind at the dawn of our civilization. The essence of the problem is that in consumer society, scientists compete with each other for prestige or profit from discoveries. Thus, much information is withheld or distorted, so that competitors do not take advantage of this information and make a key discovery sooner. A lot of time and energy is spent on this. If scientists get together and start working together to solve global problems, progress will accelerate many times over. Today, one of the urgent tasks is the issue of early forecast and warning people about cataclysms. Scientists in different parts of the world already have developed not only in forecasting technology, but even adaptive mechanisms to reduce the force of the elements. But these developments are gathering dust in their desks and do not work to save people. There are several reasons why they are not used, or there is not enough data or financing. And the Creative Society will be able to provide scientists with free access to any data, necessary equipment, and funding, and not a limited amount on the residual principle, but as much as it needed for the final solution of the issue. The consumer side spends billions of dollars a year developing and producing deadly weapons to destroy people, while on the creative side, these same funds will serve a single purpose: to save every person's life. A step forward, the unification of scientists is a scientific platform created with a creative society. Scientists can join together to study this nature and cause of these changes take place in the Earth's core to solve the urgent problem facing humanity. Science in the Great Society will focus on improving human life. It will be up to people to decide where and how much to fund. Thanks to the latter primordial physics and the unification potential of scientists from all over the world, the Great Society, we can enter a whole new evolution around. Thank you.
Zjednotenie vedcov je pre nás rovnako potrebné, ako aj budovanie tvorivej spoločnosti.
Thank you, Jan and Tanya. We need the unification of scientists as much as we need the building of creative society. Our life depends on it. We understand there is a process on which there are certain stages. They are now at the very first, very important stage of informing. Tanya will tell us about the stages of building the creative society.
Predávam ti slovo.
I give the floor to you.
Izgradnja kreativnog društva uključuje 3 faze. Prvo, informacijsku fazu.
Building the creative society involves 3 stages: information stage, political stage, a worldwide referendum. Let us dwell on them in more detail. The first stage is informing all of humanity about the creative society. To make an analogy, informing is the foundation or house for all humankind. The stronger the foundation, the more stable our house is. This is the most important and the longest stage. For 6,000 years, people have been living in a consumerist format. All this time, we have been told that the history of humankind is a history of wars, conflicts, and exploitation. We were taught that it could not be any other way. So now people do not understand any other model of relationships except the consumer model. At this point, the task of every caring person is to inform as many people as possible about the benefits of the creative society and the possibility of its building. All people should know that we have an alternative to the current inhumane format. Then the possibility of a conscious choice appears. And as it was mentioned above by the speakers, all people want to live in the creative society, but many people just do not know about this possibility yet. Thanks to the internet, if we want to, we can very quickly get this idea out to everyone, anywhere in the world. When all the people are informed and ready to support the building of the creative society, then it will be possible to form an electoral demand. In order to do this technically, it is necessary to create an electoral platform. With today's technological advances, this can be done very quickly, and then it is possible to move on to the political stage. Today, politics is a tool for dividing people, but like any tool, it can also be used for good to unite people. Thanks to politics, we can accelerate the realization, the implementation of the building of the creative society. Because if we move at the same pace as we are now without using politics as a tool, the process of building the creative society will take many years. But because of the rapid acceleration of climate change, humanity does not have the time. Politics and modern technology can help speed up this process of society's transition from a consumerist format to the creative one. And this is where the electoral platform will be an aid in the transition to the political stage. Let us watch the fragment of the video with the participation of Mikhail Danilov. The Creative Society unites everyone.
So, for example, in a country where there is a certain number, and across all countries we know how many people are eligible to vote in elections, meaning a lot depends on them, there is such an active electorate. And when more than 50% of the active electorate in a country supports the creative society, then we can already proceed to the second part. The second part, let's call it an electoral platform, meaning creating a certain website that people already visit. It is already specifically in a country that people visit, and here they already need to actually register with their first and last names and some of their strictly personal data and sign in with passwords so that no one else could log in. All this is very easy to do. So this electoral platform already becomes the basis for further construction. What does it mean? This means that the electorate begins to elect for themselves those politicians who entirely and completely support the creative society, in other words, those who are going to build it, while others are not elected. And why would the electorate need others? Those who want to prolong the consumerist format and to be freeloaders. This is wrong. So, when people get into power from the perspective of the creative society through the electoral platform, there should be a certain agreement, for example, between the electorate and those very people who are granted the right to decide for people. And the first thing they should do is to adopt a law about the electoral platform, that it is entitled to revoke, to regulate, and that it represents a legislative base, and the deputies who were delegated by people are obliged to fulfill people's will, meaning what people say. That's what they will vote for. The second law they should immediately adopt is the incorporation of the 8 foundations into their country's constitution. And if people do not comply, as soon as they get into power, the first laws they should adopt are as follows. The first is the electoral platform. The second is the incorporation of the 8 foundations into the constitution of their country. If they fail to do that, this nation revokes its voices, meaning it organizes re-election in this country. And those whom people elected, to whom they temporarily delegated their power, just become the same people as everyone else. But it would be more correct if they answer before the nation for lying, for using this opportunity and not fulfilling what they promised. That's where it all starts. And then adoption of certain laws, decisions, and everything else begins. When the 8 foundations are already in the Constitution, the rest is a mere formality.
I would like to emphasize once again that the first thing that politicians must adopt is a law on the electoral platform. And this is a main issue because if an unscrupulous politician comes to power, if he's not responsible, he will be able to be recalled thanks to the electoral platform, and or just to take it back thanks to electoral platform. And it will not be like today, a politician comes to power and immediately forgot all his promises. And we need to vote for those politicians who will implement and legislate the 8 foundations of the creative society. When delegating our power to representatives of the people, we must not forget about our responsibility. I suggest to listen to Admiral Batalova, please.
I mean, the responsibility still rests on people. Because whom do we elect? Who do we vote for? Why do these people, once coming to power, why do they not fulfill their obligations? But it's a system. It's an international system. What is the point of changing regimes in one country or region if the whole international system is corrupt? If the countries that call for democracy, for freedom and respect of international law don't respect it themselves? And this is perceived as absolutely normal by the majority of the population in these countries. So, what is to be done? I believe that we must change the entire international system. You see? Because it is corrupt in itself.
The change is coming from below, creative society. If you try to change from the top, you don't succeed. The changes has to come from below, from a new awareness. First information and then ethics. Ethics should come from below.
Da, upravo tako. Ne može se
Yes, that is right. You cannot change the format in a single country. You have to change the whole international system. And politics plays a big role here. It has to become an instrument of international communication and unification. It has to promote friendship between peoples. It can and should be used to bring the whole human family together as soon as possible. And the next stage is the worldwide referendum, the holding of a universal referendum on the acceptance of the creative model of development by all humanity as the only acceptable and necessary for the survival of humankind. Let us watch a fragment of the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
That's right. And when, for example, there are already several countries where representatives of people come to power, those who really strive to build a creative society, rather than the appointees of some clans, oligarchs, or someone else who solely defend the interests of the animal nature in the human being, then such countries where the truth, honesty, and creation dominate will create a certain enclave. It is then that a kind of an international coordination center can be built, precisely in terms of politics. Again, who should be a member of that international center for coordination of, let's say, political
Parties.
Parties, right. Precisely the representatives and people from those parties whom the whole party trusts, who really burn with the idea of this created society, who defend it and live by this and understand what it is. So they should be delegated there as responsible ones. Then already at the international level, when there are enough countries, it all begins to acquire a more correct form, and then coordination between countries starts already. And then it is possible to begin to estimate and calculate how it all should happen, so as not to cause any harm. I'll say it again, humanity doesn't need any more revolutions. Humanity needs an evolution. So we should switch to the creative format from our consumerist one, in the evolutionary way, the peaceful and the right one, without destroying and aggravating anything, but only by improving and building something new. And here, of course, this central committee should play the main role. Experts in logistics, economics, and all the main fields should join it in order to coordinate these activities, and then everything will happen smoothly, calmly, when all countries have made a certain decision, or for example, when at least the majority of the leading countries make this decision, then we can transition smoothly. And then, when the creative society is built in the majority of countries, the rest will also join in. Současné ľudstvo,
modern humanity is at a historical turning point. We have a unique chance to leap from the abyss of a consumerist animal format to an entirely new format of human interaction and become a civilization. What does it mean to be a civilization? What development prospects are opening up for humanity? Andrejka and Monika will tell us about it. Girls, you will have the floor.
As of today, all the countries are still divided. But by uniting our efforts based on the supreme value of human life, we can quickly solve all global problems and crises. Today's presentation of the speakers show that it is not about technology. It is about the fact that people themselves are divided, unfortunately. And when humanity unites around one goal, then it begins to evolve. It only seems to us that we are developing in an evolutionary way, but is it really so? According to the Encyclopedic Dictionary, evolution is from the Latin word evolutio, unfolding, means unfolding. Let us look at the vector of society's movement. Yes, more technical means appeared, gadgets so that people had more time developed as a human. But unfortunately, this has had the opposite effect. What values dominate now, and how has this changed over the last 50, 10, 5 years? In doing so, truly valuable technologies like the use of free, infinite energy have been removed from people's use. Just recollect Tesla's ether energy and Searle's magnetic field energy. The vector of science has been changed. Have wars disappeared? No, but weapons have become more versatile and powerful. Have hunger, poverty, environmental problems, and disease disappeared? No, although our speakers today have shown that with modern technologies, it is possible to solve these problems already today. Have people become more humane and kind? Have people become happier? Simply, just, wagons and cars have been replaced by cars and airplanes. And noodles, just tailcoats and camisoles by suits and more comfortable coats and shoes. Paper letters by messages. But most importantly, how much evolution technology affect the values by which people in society live? Just look at the climate events and pandemics that do not want to be dealt with. What kind of evolution can we talk about? On the contrary, in our opinion, it is not unfolding, but folding.
In a consumer society, everything is turned upside down, and the creative society is the way of evolution. It is a society in which a person is not a cog in a huge system that exists to make it work, but the core and the meaning of society. When everyone feels that he or she is needed and valuable in society, then collectives are formed with a good, neighborly, participatory environment where one helps another. This allows everyone to acquire skills and learn faster and to achieve success together. George Bernard Shaw once put it well on the subject of unification. If you have an apple and I have an apple and we exchange these apples, then you and I will still each have one apple. But if you have an idea and I have an idea and we exchange these ideas, then each of us will have two ideas. The number of people is known to affect the formation of a single potential. People indeed can make a quantum leap in their development and reach the first level of civilization. And for these three conditions must be met. The first is unification, the second is absence of power, and the third is possession of free energy. And right now, let's watch a video on the benefits for the human and the creative society with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
While in actual fact, for instance, the first level of civilization is the concept of free energy. That is when investments are much lower than profits. You understand? Let's say an engine with efficiency coefficient greater than 1. What does this imply? It means that we invest a little bit of energy, but we receive a lot. So there is such a high ratio. We return everything we have invested, plus there is a huge interest, at least 1 unit higher. This is what implies free energy. That which we do not take from mineral resources, or from the sun, or from the wind, or from anything else. This is the use of free energy in any point of our sphere. Then we can freely travel throughout the sphere. In this case, by the sphere I mean our solar system, just to make it simpler and clearer. So, it is where we are located. Such a little tiny spot at the edge of the galaxy, on one of its arms. You see, this is just in order to...
So it's not the whole universe, but precisely...
It is to make it clear who we are. What universe? We don't even talk about the galaxy. Pardon me, now we are even unable to fly to the neighboring planets. We are only going to do something, to fly somewhere, by means of what we are going to fly. That resource which runs out. Well, possession of free energy means that we freely extract it. At any point, we generate it, instead of extracting, to put it simply. It is now that we extract hydrocarbons and all the rest. Well, this is what we generate in any point of our sphere, in the amount we need. So there are 3 conditions. First one is unification. The second one is the absence of a tyrant, meaning a tsar, a king, no matter what we call him. A tyrant, so to say, or L, his prototype. And the third mandatory condition is possession of free energy. That's when a civilization begins to develop.
Scientist Nikolai Semyonovich Kardashev, a specialist in the field of experimental and theoretical astrophysics and radio astronomy, suggested that the stages of extraterrestrial civilizations of the universe can be classified according to the level of energy consumption. The more energy is produced, the more technology is required for its production. Consequently, a society that has high energy production must have the appropriate technology. Just imagine for a moment what can be achieved with free energy. Free energy is a source of free electricity that we will be able to obtain both on Earth and in space. We will be able not only to freely visit other continents, but also to make interplanetary travels. After all, the starry sky has always attracted the eyes of people and beckoned with its obscurity. From now on, space tourism will become a new leisure industry. Even today, scientists are discovering exoplanets where people can live, where the conditions of existence for humans are even much better. It turns out that there are a lot of planets like our Earth. There are billions of them in the universe, and with energy we can get to them and we can explore them. By the way, as Konstantin Eduardovich Tsiolkovsky said, Earth is the cradle of humanity, but it is impossible to live forever only in a cradle. By the way, if it is going to be long flights, we could really use life extension technology. But more about that later. And now we are going to say something that you definitely were not ready to hear today. There is already an industry that is about to burst into our lives and become an everyday occurrence. We mean the industrial mining of asteroids, or in other words, the extraction of raw materials from asteroids and space bodies. For example, one M-class asteroid with a diameter of 1 kilometer may contain up to 2 billion tons of iron nickel ore. For comparison, in 2021, the world production of enriched iron ore was about 2.6 billion tons. Extraction of rare earth elements and precious metals in near-Earth space could solve the problem of mineral shortages.
Pokračujeme ďalej.
Moving on, we talked today about how, thanks to the 3D printers, people are already creating meat. And when humanity reaches the first stage of civilization, humans will be able to control the microcosm. After all, everything in this world consists of combinations of elementary particles. Knowing how they function, we can control them. For example, any physical body at the micro level is composed of the same elementary particles. Imagine a piece of plastic bottle and a steak. We go deeper into the world of quantum particles and find that both consist of the same leptons and quarks. The only difference is the filling with information. By learning how to manage information, we can create from one object to another with completely different properties. For example, we load a plastic bottle into the machine, and then we output at the output we get a hot steak of best quality. Microplastics already today have found everywhere. It's an extremely valuable material and it's very easy to extract. Plastic has almost everything we need. This why we can solve our environmental issues as well. Such advanced technologies allow us to save the environment, restore the and increase the wealth and flora and fauna. So how will this work in practice? Imagine two devices. One splits objects to elementary particles and distributes them into cartridges, and second is a replicator. The replicator will work thanks to the cartridges. We need 6 cartridges with quarks, 6 cartridges with leptons, and we can create anything by causing quantum interactions. The program is laid down information, energy, plus a supply of particles, and we can get a hot food, fruit, or anything else a person needs. I don't know about how about you, but for me, life in this scenario is already becoming interesting. There is no violence, no poverty, no hunger, no wars, no evil. There is humanity, prosperity, clean air and water, development of science, access to endless space. One doesn't even want to leave such a world. We're gradually coming to an understanding that we must live in a society like that.
Modern healthcare as a science has so expanded its possibilities in the field of genetics, pharmacology, biotechnology that, in fact, many diseases and even those that today are said to be incurable have become curable. Even now, the developments of scientists indicate that prolongation of life is the absolute relative today. What then awaits us on the first level of civilization? Many people already know that MRI is a person lays down the special equipment, the machine scans him and shows what is inside. We will be able to use a similar machine, only the result of the scan will be visible at the level of microparticles. That means we will be able to detect diseases in their earliest stages. Another peculiarity of the technology is that we will be able to do the treatment in a non-operative and absolutely painless way by manipulating elementary particles of the human body itself. That is, unnecessary cells are going to be reformed. Those particles that are in the wrong place or do not function well are removed, and the necessary ones are inserted. Self-restoration and repair, so to say, can take milliseconds of time to this technology. And I also have good news for those who would like to change their appearance. Such a device will make it possible to perform body correction. It will take even more time than medical treatment. Eventually, society will come to the point where everyone will have such a machine at home. People will be healthy. A person can have correction once a week or once a month, and he will feel fine for as long as he wants. Although it does not give immortality, it only prolongs human life for a certain period of time. But in any case, a person can live as long as his body really needs to live and live productively and happily.
Friends, the most important thing we need to do now is to unite to build creative society. The sooner that happens, the sooner we will have the technology we talked about today. And then we leave behind forever the ignorance, suffering, and misery that now dominates in our world. We will forever leave behind wars, conflicts, diseases, and poverty. When we unite, we create paradise on earth. All the basic needs of everyone's life are met, and We're moving in the direction we have only dreamed of so far. A creative society is our guiding star. Guided by it, we can move forward to unite to the infinite knowledge of the world and ourselves. Join in building such a truly creative society. As Lao Tzu said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So the sooner we step out, the sooner we will reach the point of infinite possibilities.
Ďakujeme, Andrejka a Monika. A skôr, ako odovzdám...
Thank you, Andrejka and Monica. Before I give the floor to Robert, let's thank all the participants who may not have seen on the screen today, but without whom today's Kaleidoscope effect would not have happened. Thank you to our friends who prepared the script, invited scientists, and conducted interviews with them. Thank you to all the technical support. Thank you to all the translators and interpreters. And thank you to everyone who has contributed in any way to today's broadcast. Once again, let me remind you that today's broadcast is interpreted into many languages and is organized by volunteers from all over the world. Thank you so much, everyone.
Dear friends, our Kaleidoscope of Facts is coming to a conclusion. Today we have talked about the benefits and advantages of a creative society for everyone. Building a society in which all people can live comfortably and safely depends on everyone's efforts. And since we were able to build a society of consumption, we can build a society of creation. We don't have to dream about it. We have to act. It depends on each one of us whether we can build a future where everything is fair and open, where there is justice and equality, where human life is the main value. The world is on the edge. Everyone's destiny is being decided now, my fate and yours. The good news is that we decide that destiny and we can change everything. Yes, it will be difficult. Yes, now are very difficult times. But we can save our lives and the lives of our loved ones. Because we are highly motivated. We are people and we want to live. Any technology can be available to us. But we need to unite our common human potential in order to do so. And right now, unification depends on each person's choice. And on your choice. I suggest to watch an excerpt from a program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Benefits for a Human in the Creative Society.
To ponder and estimate. There's plenty, a mass of technologies allowing to make life really beautiful. That which we have been talking about with you today, that these particles can be manipulated because it's not difficult. These are absolutely simple things, in fact. But for us to approach this, it is necessary to change the society. It is necessary to change the attitude towards each other. A lot of things need to be changed. All this should go smoothly. That's a natural process. It doesn't mean that it will take hundreds of years or decades. This is a very fast process, actually. Yet it should go according to the plan and with a balanced approach, from the simple to the complex, so that all the 8 foundations of the creative society are taken into account. And the most important thing is for us, first and foremost, to learn, to respect each other, and to love each other. Isn't that right? And everything will be possible then, both the creative society and that which we've been discussing today. All this is easy and simple. There's no science fiction here at all.
Yes, indeed. There are these technologies.
There's everything.
It's just unfortunately...
You know what's not there? The creative society. And we should work on that.
Should work.
So friends, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you too.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you very much.
Let's simply love each other and build a creative society, if we need it. Thank you for being with us.